Alrighty, let's get beginning. What sort of a thing's that? Let's get started. That's the way we phrase it. Oh, greetings, Empty. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured, everything is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and satisfied myself that they're all in fine health. As a matter of fact, we're about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we? Be a thing next expansion. Pray return to Dawn's Respite.
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I have a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat, not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows. In light of which possibility, I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Instantly concedes that one.
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well. Welcome back, everyone!
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
Also
That's
for
right.
headaches.
We're fighting fit and raring to go.
It's kind of what the Echo does.
The famous Lise Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
I don't believe we've met. Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
Suddenly goes from like looking really happy to like a really stern look.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition. And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes.
Hi, Cammy.
Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
How are you
A
doing?
difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength.
Also, thank you for the 4 months. Really appreciate it.
Even so, As the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm doing alright, thanks.
Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lise, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire.
What do I really need a
So,
reason?
After
Okay, I have a
Emperor
reason.
Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne. The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
Oh dear.
The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Ah, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
What meeting? Lead on.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
A bit of a long pause.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
No, that's not... I mean, I simply thought my knowledge might be of some use.
Ferris Bueller, you're my hero.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
And into another cutscene. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind. Having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, convinced the same must be true for the Tempered. Similar to those corrupted by the Sin Eaters, the ether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant, and though the root of the cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It's by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Alizé, and it warrants full investigation. There's even a chance we can save Gabu. We have to try, but however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set it to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. As I'm sure Becklug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about tempering. There's just one problem. Research into the condition has long since ground to a halt. The combined work of many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not the modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Elegans took more than passing interest in the subject. If what we seek is to be found anywhere, it would surely be at the Etherochemical Research Facility. The experiment on primals and their worshippers? Yes? Good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did read reports on Azizlar, which means we'll be needing an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Silvertear Lake. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, and come prepared to travel. That doesn't do a concern at all. Pardon me. I don't know why, but I've been quite gassy today and I apologise for that. Loading screens. That is bright. That is very bright. Oh, well, there's something I want to check out one sec. Okay, never mind. I want to see if like my graphics are actually on the highest. It's just like maximum. So it's like, oh, okay. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at the Rising Stones, and named her for good luck and prosperity. Oh, for luck and prosperity. Tataru, this is amazing. Be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship. See, the Annals did not exaggerate with the many talents of the Scion's fabled coinkeeper. I'd also like to introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't go quite as I'd hoped. But that's alright, because I've hired this capable fellow instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizlar. But enough talk. It's time to fly. All aboard? All aboard! Honestly, Sid would be jealous of the way that airship flies. The tower has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are, on Azizlar, and Alfie's nose report did not do the scale of the place justice. This appears to be the helix, which means we stand on the alpha quadrant. To the east lies the beta quadrant, and yes, I believe I have my bearings. Though this is my first time on Azisla, I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to records in the Crystal Tower. Unless I am mistaken, this path leads to the Aetheroid, beyond which there is to be an information terminal. I suggest we begin our search there. Meow. Take time. And here is the terminal. A moment while I search the archives for reference to tempering. Ah, there we are. Iconic corruption and overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let's see what this report has to say. Confound it. Contents appear to have been deleted. What? No, isn't there something we can do? Not from here, I'm afraid. But it may be that another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is, where to look? It says here a report was written by someone named Owen. It's likely he kept a copy. I'd say it's a distinct possibility. Assuming he was a researcher here, he would have had quarters in the Habisphere. We can ascertain the details of the Habisphere at the Habisphere Control. Let's return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We'll need them to reach our destination. I forgot. You already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship then. We'll see you at the Habisphere. Yeah. This is probably one of my favourite birds in terms of like appearance. In terms of the music that you get from, I much prefer Ravan's. The late Owen did indeed have a chamber here. This note will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning. An evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Habisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the fourth umbral calamity. Doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Bzz. Energy level critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, sure there's some other way to gain access. False, for example? As a result of that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for a suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continent. You seem to recall? You're honestly telling me that was in the records too? I am. A report sent to the capital mentioned that lightning-aspected ether was prone to pooling in this continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. A minor detail, I grant you. In my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my knowledge helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. Must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but to finally stand here with the two of you, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Now then, the lightning shard, if I may. I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, but beware of sprites. They want to manifest where the ether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should make a contest of this. First to return here with a shard wins. What say you? Very well. It would be my honour to come third. Yeah. Whereabouts is it? Might as well just fly through here. Crikey. Well, a bit of a stab. I really appreciate Dragoon. Nope, I need to actually grab that. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations, the lightning shard is yours. What, no dramatic entrance? You've changed. You remember that? In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. And every day you get to meet an honest-to-God's hero after all. Well, the contest continues, so you had better hurry back. Ah, but one last thing. Thank you for bringing me here. He's a good boy, that one. He's a good lad. Appears Alizé had no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations then. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? What's it that makes you so much better at finding things? Do you have that I don't? The echo? There's a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect that we could both learn a great deal from Semtili. Not only about the secrets of adventuring, but come. We should attend to our mission. Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Havosphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security systems within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I am right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes. If it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. I promise. Wish me luck. Well, nothing for it but sit tight. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption and overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all had to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of ether. Nothing if not practical. Alphinode's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. She was to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. A controversial subject, to say the least. He asserted that Shalian knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views, and would cheerfully argue to death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded. But deep down, he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the young Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerns the elegant civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. Didn't know you attended the study. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peers at the Students of Baldessian convinced me to write one with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tomes. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon's thesis. Should to imagine the work involved. But enough of that. Is this the fruit of your foray? Yes. Owen's archive node. It was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of his report still survives, be stored in this device. Sorry. Shall we find out? I guess I'm kind of tired too. Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as guest, please complete biometric authentication. Boop. Verifying. Boop. Authentication complete. Guest identified as member of the royal family. I am your humble servant, Your Highness. Never ceases to amuse me. It's but a pity the effect will not last forever. Duga and Une said as much when they granted me this gift, but until such times it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Beep. Searching. Boop. One item found. Iconic corruption. An overview. Report is logged by the author. Please state password. Well, go on then, Your Highness. Tell the nice node your password. Right. Let's see. Glory be to Alag. Long live Emperor Zande. Beep boop. Password incorrect. Please try again. Confound it. Come now, passwords are invariably short and simple. For instance, password. The notion that the password could be something so insane would be laughable were it not dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. What did you just call me? World Rose! Beep. Password incorrect. Again. Be warned, any further inappropriate behavior in the presence of His Highness will not be tolerated. Alright, that's it. Let's say we dismantle it and manually extract what we need. No, let's not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe it may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax them Machina into cooperating, it's them. Come, let's bear the node back to the writing stones. We'll take that. We'll take those silver pieces. I should probably mention that I've yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambrose did send word to the Ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I assure you my personal proposal to seek help is no pretext. However, much as I just bumped the table with my knee. Much as I look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone. But come, let's be on our way. Look at him, all about running. How sweet. Still, wouldn't do to keep him waiting, shall we? Yes. Back to the rising stones. Wonderful news. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he's on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should very much like to hear what's transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Crow? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Galmald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the war of succession rages on. The Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is Illard. Nope, third. Why would they not just write it as like a 3, as opposed to Roman numeral 3, or like, you know, split up? R is the third. It helps if I read. Of greater concern to us is the third, a legion assigned to Lord Nerva. Appears to have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. Brutus. Aren't those the ones that took in Yotsuya and Asahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger might be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlind, they've decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions among the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues of peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their retrospective houses in order, ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, it is not a problem easily solved. The Laminsons, in particular, struggle in their efforts, and Alfino and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. As long as we're dealing with the tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, then anything is possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why don't make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's respite. I shall sit in as soon as he arrives. Can we not just sit in here? There's tables everywhere. Tables everywhere. Yeah, right, let's just Massive table, 4 chairs. Sid. Forgive us for not coming to you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. I defense you are up rather early. I was under the impression you were slumbering a while longer. Oh, it would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ha! I still struggle with that idea. For where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But the alternate version of myself has already laid them bare. They say that it frees me up to concentrate on other endeavours. Speaking of which, I want to my help for something. What is it? Well, we found this node and we're looking to access data. Well, a treatment for tempering. And so the next step. You'll find the password. You need to find the password for this elegant report. Just so. With nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever, and still not guess correctly. And thus we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say that we could help you, so we will. Once suitably configured, the Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an elegant dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Ah, looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Ha! Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honours, Your Highness? I would, milady. Node. Open a report entitled Iconic Corruption, an overview. Password, freedom. Password accepted. Boom. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to an alteration of the ether of the soul. Said ether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, no one element being more prominent than another. But when a subject is exposed to the ether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to ether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause a subject's ether to become aligned with the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. The changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to the elemental alignment, however. Maybe not solely attributable to the elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged, or stagnant, during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, thoughts of whom will consume their very existence. In this manner do the corrupted become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effects, an endeavour in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol, they were summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate the potential cures of corruption, but it was rejected and deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision. And for my impertinence, I've been stripped of all rank and title, and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in hope that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. End recording. So, not even the Allagans were able to find a cure, or rather were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms that stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True, yet were we to simply reanimate a tempered soul, few do not diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we need to somehow suppress the primal soul of the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining its thrall. Don't make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting that technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that existed prior to tempering. Though thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitement of false faith, which had come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, and our experience in treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable means of reanimation. But you are confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism. And I concede that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not have provided the basis for a cure. Then perhaps it's better we can consider another approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have reason to be confident. You see, Nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics, which leads me to believe that they may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we would be able to conduct years' worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. It'll take more calculating power, a lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? To keep it from prying eyes, of course. Why else? Wait. Password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure, and a dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted his report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of a certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magitech terminals as you can find and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Look, we have you two to help, yes? Eh? Hey. Right, while Grahad here and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure the supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals, and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and run a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Samtadi and Alize with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to the Skysteel manufactory in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanlan. The people there will give you what you need. You're a well-known face in the Holy See, I believe? If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanlan. Alright, I guess I'll go to Ishgard. That'll be all. You saved us all. I'll be like, yeah, no big deal. Just entered a war. A really big war. And help you see that you are being dum-dums. Yeah. I am kind of curious exactly how many Yeah, I hadn't actually checked like how many quests in I was. Nope, don't need to talk to you. No. Yeah, well, I'll say yes. And then that way the next time I talk to him I can just click to decline. We stand in the Skysteel manufactory. What is it you require? So, you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present your note to our engineer at the airship landing. He'll be glad to assist you. Right. That one I believe is closest to the airship landing. So just doing a quick check on things. Cerulean, you've come to the right man. Fair warning though. The price has shot up on account of the uncertainty with the Empire. So, I hope you've got the coin. Well now, promissory note from the Ironworks. Don't see many of those. Not that it's a problem. It's good as gold to me.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places. As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course. Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
Yeah, sure.
But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
I'm after Cerulean.
A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed.
It could.
Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it. In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Thanks, mate. Yeah, I'm really excited to get through Stormblood and Endwalker. Well, I'm really Stormblood, Shadowbringers. Really excited to get through Shadowbringers, not just because I can access Endwalker, but once I finish Endwalker, I can drop back and do the Mandeville questlines for Heavensward and Stormblood, and then wait for word of one for Endwalker.
Who would have thought cerulean weighed so much? Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
Nod walks off.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more. Quite a lot more now that I look at it. Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering. But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you'll bloody well earn your keep.
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time. Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 paths to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Whatever you say, Garland.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin. All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
That does enough.
Damn it. It's overloading.
Chief! She won't last much longer!
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There. I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at. This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
At long last, we have our cure. In theory, at any rate. Cannot be certain until such time as we put it to proof. But I am quite confident. Quietly confident. Well, if we're to test it on someone, then I suggest Gabu. His symptoms are relatively mild. He'll be fine, sure of it. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it will be fine. Without further ado then, let's make for Limsa. We've kept Gabu waiting long enough. Limsa is the boat. The red one. Alright, we need to go to the aft castle. There is no other way. Still looks rather Christmassy. Oh, this is a moment of truth. I'll have our host bring Gabu out to us at once.
Apologies for the wait. Gabu, have you been good? Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino, Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Well, I think we might have found something.
Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the temporary. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with a tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Well, I, for one, would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
Excellent. With your permission, then, let us begin.
Let us begin.
Yes, this will do. And now, it's my turn. Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time and focus, so we will need a quiet room. I'm sure our hosts can spare one. I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabble back. You see if we don't.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Hi, Ruth. We've potentially just found a way to reverse tempering, which is where like a primal basically just takes over someone's brain. Well, this seems a good a spot as any. Did have a rest, they say, walking off. I'm alright, just a little bit tired. How are you?
Eorzea has laboured to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago. I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. and to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I halved her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Well, if it's any consolation, she's awed by your work.
She told you of my graduation thesis. How very embarrassing. Nonetheless, it is comforting and not a little surprising to hear that I'm still capable of impressing my sister. On the rare occasions I'm not annoying her, that is. Alize, are you all right?
The treatment. Did it work?
I'm so glad to see you all. Delighted, happy, glad.
Gaboo!
Good little boy. Nice little Gaboo.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father. Always, they were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's and everyone's. And I found that I could remember. One thing, then another, and another.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
Good luck, Gaboo.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use. As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence. All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of corpses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gabu. But the people here will look after you, right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
He's a good little boy. Look at him trundling off. My boy. My boy. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning to the first, but it seems as good a time as any. Come, let's make for her cave. That would be Ishgard surrounding areas, etc. That should be the closest, I believe. I'll just listen to that rain. That is nice rain. Shame about the Titan theme. This zone has like a Metal Gear Solid reference. Something. It's around this area. There's a Metal Gear reference anyways. I think it's like there's a chain of like 3 fates. It's like Metal Gear Revengeance. Or Metal Gear Revenge or something. There's 3 with like very similar names. Take it you are ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well.
Nary a word from you all this time. Then you bring every man and his Parogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives.
Don't call her a hag, Ruth, that's rude.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Shouldn't have mentioned the name part, Alfino. You shouldn't have mentioned the name part.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
How remiss of me. Grahatir is my name, and I'm proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. It is an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day.
She's not a hag. Also, fair enough. Not a fan of the lattes myself. But if you enjoy it, that's what matters.
So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Right, so just lost chat for a second. Because my phone decided, you know what? I'm just going to close this app. So just check if I've actually missed anything, which I have not. This is good.
That you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create proxies with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers, we'd collapse before we reached double figures. If I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother proxy, as it were. Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Right. Off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. Try to imagine what's become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars. Mayhap a monster or two. Nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning the place up as payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my pirogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell him who you are. One can't afford to be too careful after all. How'd you go? Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure hers are these ones, these frogs. Froggy boys. And the ones that we used from the first are basically giant pigs that fly by flapping their ears. Look, there's Alexander. A Red Series I've yet to actually do. Yeah, there's a lot of Raid series that I just haven't done, like that one. Like, I haven't finished Bahamut, I haven't finished Alexander, I haven't finished Omega, I haven't finished Eden. I've really been slacking on those. Puraroga the Unwashed. Alright then. Greetings, Rabbit. And welcome to my mistress's relict. Purarogo is my name, and I'm honored to be your guide. Within, you will find a space dedicated to the making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, that the place has not played host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years. And will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I will see to it that you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I will show you in. Alright, form a party. Looks like we'll go in with the twins and our friend the Crystal Exarch, also known as Grahatia. I can say that because we're I love the music for this place. Yeah, I can say that because we're at that point in the story where we know it.
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Pirogos say, or you'll wish you had.
Of all the names for an area, the Grime Grot. Just follow me, Ribbit, and put down any pests that bar your way, like all of these. Oh yeah, Ruth. On Genshin, there's a fight coming up for you. There'll be a quest, something about wolves. I don't remember what the quest was called. I just remember it involved wolves. It's got a pretty difficult boss fight in it. Just so you're aware of it, you know. You're on that chain? Yeah, it's a pretty difficult boss. I fought it last night. Also, I absolutely hate those mountains. I've gone through so many items because of those mountains. I've had to use up so much food just because, like, I'd need to heal up because everything on there is really strong. Allow me to assist you with the gap a bit. Yeah, Ruth, I've fought like a couple of bosses up there now. Yeah, I still need to head to Liu. So Ruth, you have the exact same fire type that I have. I've got like 2 quests to go there, and I've yet to actually get them. Alright, well, good luck. I'm quite sure you've got this. Because you smart. I'd imagine the place would be so infested, kiddo. I'll be fine. Bit of maths never hurt anyone. Fair enough, fair enough. I picked a really good spot to stand in there, didn't I? Oh, an eyeball. I suppose I stand about here. That should cause it to go to the right area. There we go. I believe if they don't get sucked down the holes by the thing, they'll just like go again and again and again until it actually falls down one of the holes. Which one am I getting targeted by? That one. So it'd be quick for me to run to this one. Run into that one. Oh, it's fine anyway. Didn't take damage.
Let's give them a show!
Take me back. Now we have the clay ribbon. Let us return to the interstice. Next, we need to get the water flowing again. It will be my pleasure to show to the clear note cauldron. Ribbon, please use a portal. Brum, 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 brum. Yeah, if I had a house on this character, I'd want this music for it. Uh, 45, so this is actually still below what I'm currently using, but it's higher than that, so I can hope for a ring, but that's about it. Looking forward to seeing SR go back to the FF14 ready at some point. It was a jolly good time watching it. Fish. Oh, fishmen, that's fine. That was close, that was close. Hey, wait, my man. Hey, wait. Didn't move that out of the way.
Leave the healing to me.
Everything else can sit where it is. Boing. Wow, it really wants me to go healer. No, it's just been like, hey, remember you were been at level healer? It's gonna provide you with the tools you could have used. You can get this as a minion. I believe this was Yushto's attempt at a familiar. crystals though. That one. Up we go. Yeah, this is an encounter that myself and a lot of other people managed to wipe on the first time round. Because no one knew that you had to jump up here. And then it goes boosh, and all the water goes wow, really high up. And you get shoved back down and all the water goes down. If you didn't go up there, you would have just been absolutely decimated by all the water. There we go. I should have used my piercing talon then. Because there's no reason to not be doing damage whilst far away. Splish splash. It is not. Oh god! It is not Monster Hunter Rise time just yet. No. I definitely starting it next week. I potentially start it on. Oop! Almost went on too far. Potentially start on Saturday.
Just the beginning.
Clip is it? I do not like it. I mean, I've already got it. I'll just be starting either Saturday or Monday. Last but not least, we need to fire up the kiln. Step right through, Ribbit. I will guide you safely to the kiln fire cauldron. Off we go, Ribbit. Please try not to fall behind. If you are playing it, any like new monsters or whatever, if you decide to post pictures of them, please post them with spoiler text. As there is a Monster Hunter chat in the server. Kaboom. Fair enough. Then I shall not check your Discord. don't know, like, Monster in the World, like, the first thing it put you up against was, like, new monster. Oh dear, that's gonna hurt. Well, as you said, you'll be posting pictures on your server, so I'll just not check your server. Nice one, Ruth, nice one. Well, hopefully you did get him right, Ruth. Hopefully you did get him right. And then I get this moving. It begins to float ether around. That takes care of the killing, Ribbit. Alright, it's time to bake ourselves a proxy.
Right then, let's get this over with. Newborns are wont to be difficult. Show her who's in charge.
Quickly pour myself a drink. Don't show any fear, they can smell it. Yeah, cool. If I'm remembering correctly, that will be a gummy snake and a large gummy cola bottle. Unfortunately, one of the deliveries I had decided to arrive at like 5 minutes past 10, so oh, that's not good. Yeah, I should be starting Endwalker next week, because this stream is going to go until we are done with Shadowbringers. Yeah, I had ordered some. Ordered some bottles of cola, and for whatever reason they were getting delivered by DPD, which I thought was a bit weird because Amazon usually use their own drivers. But it said that they were going to attempt delivery again, so I need to make sure I'm awake at apparently 10:05 tomorrow, which is going to suck. So I might start tomorrow's stream a bit early. Puff and puff. That's fine.
Just the beginning.
The only issue really is it's taken me 2 hours to do 5 quests. Ooh. Also, what does that look like? I do not like anything about that. Anything at all about that.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more. That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy.
Looks at you still.
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
Just sneezed out some more pigs.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the mother porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one. Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone. We're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
In addition to the porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave with Stola. There is 2 peas in a pod, Element. Well then, my friends, let's return to Limsa Lominsa. Deliver the good news to the Admiral. Word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should be sufficient to secure us an audience. All the way back to Limsa. Still have no idea why my Twitch on my phone just decided to close itself earlier. Over this way we go. My Sam today, ever a welcome sight. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She's presently receiving guests. But for the Scions, I know she'll make an exception. Follow me. My friends, what brings you here this day? Well, we have a way to reverse tempering. Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for tempering. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, never thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it. Here in Limsa and production of more familiars has already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This will do much to advance the cause of peace, and I fear it will cause more to close the rift twixt man and beastman. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples. For though the summoning and tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but symptoms of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind us. It was I who moved the Alliance renew its push for peace. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Laminsans have been at odds with those who we share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history has been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagin for control over the seas has only grown fiercer, the matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driving them to seek new spawning grounds. With survival at stake, each had no choice but to fight, and so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaimed to all who would listen, and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time that I followed suit. Hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbours in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye. Acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it. And their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would founder without them. I'm assuming that was meant to say flounder. I am given to understand that their leader, Captain Hilfir, has been bedridden for some while, with an ailment of the lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence among their ranks. Save for his disdain for authority, little is known about him. We have invited him to speak with us more than once, but he will not come. I've tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues with uncovering his motives, but they have learned not of any value. Leave it to us. We'll sort this mess out. Oh, my name isn't a warrior of light, man, dude. Whoever knows for the truth, whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find it out. We'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. By way of a first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around town. Someone must know this Sicard. If you could approach the pirates, the rest of us will seek out the merchants and the adventurers. Alright, where are we going? They are both on the upper decks. Ethernet. Have a look at the upper decks. I'll go up this way. We'll talk to them and then we'll hop up here and hop down to the other one. Yum. Speak with me, Carvelane. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend. As am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved this is a matter of debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only galleon vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading with the East. The executioners are less forward-looking. Can't imagine they would willingly abandon the old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not like to share it with their rivals. But mayhap you will have more luck. Not likely, but we can give it a whack. Right, so we'll go to Aftercastle now. Oh yeah, and because there's pretty much nothing actually happening in Destiny for a little while, I might give it a break until either A, we get like another patch. Yeah, I want to know about Sickard. The wily bugger, that's what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say. Trade it for moonscapes. Place it all hail for your side. There was a time we raced the executioners for our pick of the Empire's fleet, but the Garleans are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which, we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet. With that jumped up bilge rat Sickard landing the juiciest, whatever it may be. Not that we sirens are struggling, mind. We do well enough guarding fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Yeah, first pick a produce for our trouble, see? Quality stuff at bargain price. This we pass on to our sisters, as we can't sail on account of getting old or wounded. Or with child. And they cook it up and sell it for pretty profit. Simple. Oh, I miss the old way. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong. But when I see the girls and their little ones, I think to myself, life of peace and quiet ain't all bad. Yeah, I'm thinking of putting Destiny back on the back burner. Right, where are we going now? Clicked on the wrong bit, didn't I? Click on that bit. Okay, so it's just downstairs from that, which is fine. Yeah, I think I might have Monster Hunter on the Monday. Might do a bit of TFT on Tuesday. Have a bit more Monster Hunter on Wednesday. Start Endwalker on Thursday. And obviously Fatal Frame Friday. And I can discuss what we're doing Saturday with people. At least everyone has returned. Now, who would like to go first? Apparently I would like to go first. So, just as the Imperial prey began to disappear, Sickard turned the executioner's fortune around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to a tavern keeper I spoke to, the crew have been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongues as to how they're coming by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and making a little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. And I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries on Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners began to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystals went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, as I was told. Curious, I contacted Hoary Boulder, who has been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relations between the beast tribes and Thalaccracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan has made an appearance of late, suggesting that the kobolds on Sahagin lack the means with which to summon them. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes. Though we have no hard evidence as yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So, how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Don't smile at me like that, Alphino. Don't smile at me like that. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals had recently arrived in Limsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Ocean's Embrace in Lower Nostia shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Lower. Let's have a look. Where are we? So after this one, we've got another 3. Let's see if I counted that right. Oh. Yeah. So after this one, there's another 3, and then there will be 6 and 3. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait, if he is truly in league with the bloody executioners, surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral, the Scions, not least of all. Compared to yours, and Samti's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of buyer. Graham is right. If you aren't recognised on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with the society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well. Leave it to you, Graham. Got business with me, Catboy? Hi. You're the crystal wholesaler? I am, but you're no merchant. What do you want the crystals for? Tell what's going down, you idiot. You give us away. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? You need those crystals to make staffs like that fine specimen you've got there. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith. It is not but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. We don't invite just anybody into our storehouses. It takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large urgent commission. If the quality of this is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright. It's plain that no ordinary crystal adorning your staff. So, I'll make an exception. Come with me. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. They went into that tunnel, quietly now. Won't find any finer, especially not for the price. Indeed, I would not expect to pay more than doubles for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? Nothing unlawful about him, if that's your worry. They're from Ogumaro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets. You won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around. Slowly. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are. Scions. We also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes from being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. We've established you ain't here to buy crystals. Question is, what are you here for? Not bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, so I shall return the favour. We came here to learn why the bloody executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose your source of newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it doesn't say nothing about beastmen. Well, the reason we keep our operation nice and quiet is we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just this to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours, him especially. While the Maelstrom were worried about dirtying their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ogumaro, better Titan himself. Raised him out to you lot when he heard the news. Now we're following your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors, we are. There are still Imperial ships about. We did our bit for Limsa. And after, with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the beastmen. Let's have that, eh? It's only fair. Conscientious, though some may find your views, it's true that you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Minsa has some other cause to hide in the cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. There's Astelicia. Trust she won't turn down the invitation. Thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect. Sicard has agreed to the meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Time to go meet with Movid. Yeah, the first three quests took like 2 hours, and then in 40 minutes we've already started the third quest since then. Oh wait, no, it was 5 quests. What am I talking about? We got 5 quests in 2 hours. Right. Elevator Man. Hello there, Mr. Elevator Man. 2 Bulwark Hall, please. Hey up, Storm Sergeant. So today your companions have already reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? Yes, I will. Welcome back, my friends. What news? So, they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Yeah, Ruth, I'm doing a long stream today. I have another that's 9, 10, 11, 12 quests including this one. Now be done. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation. I would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs on the outcome of this meeting. I would have the science present to bear witness. Yeah, I'm just wanting to push through the last bit of Shadowbringers.
Who's come crawling? Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
'Twas kind
kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history.
I need to check what that was. Thank you for the follow page, Baggins.
Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering.
Oh, there goes my phone again. To answer your question, Ruth, I am excited for Endwalker, and I don't know if you said anything after that. You did not say anything after that. Good. I'm very excited for Endwalker.
The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in it. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us?
Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
I'll probably start my own tea tonight, yeah. I should probably message Mum and Roger about that. Nah, just gonna have a duel.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Don't think you will, laddie.
It's the captain!
Captain Ilfir!
Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps had been yapping while their master was abed. Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything you want.
But we want to be pirates.
We're pirates, and we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
I had anticipated the duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that I did. It would have been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson. We have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbours. Now, I hardly need to tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrested from the grip of the gods. And so, in the meeting, we seek to arrange with the kobolds. I would have you free their leader from Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We'll open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there's something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagin swarmed at our halls in even ever greater numbers. Limsa entered a covenant with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounties of the sea, to kobolds shall go the bounties of the land. An ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. I inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous. We took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lunosia, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed. Then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and so on, and on it went, till every Ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is a present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred's blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their tempered. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter in the meeting. But as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. So we must provide a reason. I restore their stolen crystals to them, and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we would bring, I'll wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning the High Priest would need to be present, to whom we will administer the cure. Precisely. He's the fish I would catch, but he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand. They will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chances at peace. And there my venture found us. Yet it need not. If we were to employ the Conqueror's chain, though we would still need to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life? Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative. We may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive, and it will therefore take a great deal of ether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Alice would be defenseless, even should we look to her protection. I'm not convinced that we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have another choice. Besides, it's what Tessim would do. Had I not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. If I'm gonna cure that priest, I'll die trying. I believe in you, Alizone. Let's detemper some kobolds, shall we? And I believe in you too. You and everyone. I know you keep me safe. Settled then. See to your preparations and make for Camp Overlook. We'll join you there anon. Alright, because I've been sat here like 3 hours, I'm going to take a short break to go to the toilet. So I shall be back momentarily. Well, I say momentarily. Probably a couple of minutes. Yeah, back shortly. Sorry about that. Got a bit distracted talking to my brother. Right, let's teleport. Where are we needing? Camp Overlook. That's the one. Right. Let's get it moving. Alfner wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you to give me all the time I need. Our sole purpose is to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own tasks. Indeed. Should you want for ether, you need only say the word. Kapu, did you follow us here? There's something important I want to say to the High Priest. Express state. Say. Please, let me come with you. Please. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning of their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by the Patriarch Zardar of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to Ugamora Mines at once. What have we got? We've got a crap ton of materia that I'll never use. And even a card that I keep forgetting to sell. Right, it should be the next right turn, and then a left. We should. Nope. I've got myself lost. Right. Okay, so it was the right turn, it wasn't the left turn. It was, however, a further right turn, further right turn, and then a left turn. I don't have to make this place a maze, though. Crikey. The thread will bear us to our quarry. Should he make the summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose. We'll have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alizé's work is done. Just remember, none must die. We must weaken them and let Ainzar do the rest. This is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond the squall. Right, just because my phone's Twitch seems to like disconnecting itself, and by disconnecting itself I do actually mean closing itself. I do not know why I said disconnecting. What we're going to do, reboot that, make sure I didn't miss any comments, which it looks like I did not, and then we can go back to actually doing things. Proceed. Oh, Got a couple of messages in my chat log about it, complaining about me being 4 levels or more too high for the fair. Yeah, no worries, Rose. Hope you have fun.
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwyn Lufisbin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
They're not monkeys,
Now,
Ruth.
Alisaie, quickly!
They're not monkeys, they're kobolds.
To tell me.
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
They're kobolds. Or at the very least, Final Fantasy's interpretation of kobolds.
We must protect Alisaie.
Time to just spam AoEs.
You're in my sights.
Next time, grab the map. Oh, I don't even need the map. I'll close the map for now.
You're in my sights. You're in my sights.
Get in my sights.
Just what we need.
I'll stand in this one, I guess.
You're not alone.
I'm not standing in both, so that. Standing in both is a surefire way to do a die. Question, can I leg sweep it? I can, but it does nothing. So yes and no. Nice one, Graha.
You're in my sights.
It's like fighting Ilbud. Sloppy. For el amigo.
Here you are, Alisaie.
More! I need more ether!
I guess I block this one. Granada!
Just a little more!
Oh, Christ. They have a lot of health. That's why they have a lot of health, because I'm not supposed to even kill them. That guy just kind of sacrificed himself. That drops it down to 25%. Draw that over this side. A little bit of a stabby jabby. There we go. So again, we're going to be running over this well. And I used the wrong ability, nice one. Have a little bit more ether, there you go.
Yes, this will do. Here I go.
Did it work?
What? What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the template.
Dragoon! What are you doing here?
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact. Violated, breached, broke. Unready as we were, what choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None, and I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all the Mincens, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman, just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world, if you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
So my mind wandered for a second then. Didn't realize you should walk forward there. Did not realise that at all. It's like, how is she that close? It would seem we have found another way forward with the kobolds. Next we will help the Second Order free their tempered brethren from thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course. It will take no small amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that's long been true. So instead, I'll say thank you for helping us plot a new course, not only for Limsa, but for all Eorzea.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
At the floating city, as a flower? No, maybe not. Bit too close to Vilbrand if it is.
What in the world is that?
Ah, okay.
A tower?
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea. Nothing more is known. only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert. Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Where are we? Where are we? That is blurry as crap. Look how blurry that is. Just like down at Tempest. Alright, the Alamecan quarter, so we want Urbania. I've probably got my view distance not set to like the highest or something. Oh. It's essentially close to my thought.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Roger Preserve!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
You're here. Good.
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why? Even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before. Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandaniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
Towers, what are they for? What are they for?
My, straight to business is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days, to which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, But thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Rather
my heart's
flamboyant.
desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind.
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die. You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers, and this very star our stage. But I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Luna Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone in them.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Good job everyone survived though, eh? Thank goodness everyone's safe. We've managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit to investigate the tower. I need to find out what it's for. I'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Melwood tells me, you do some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Well then. Very well. But if you need our help, don't hesitate. And take care, both of you. Back to the Rising Stones. As is tradition. So yeah, as of now there's 9 quests. Ah, you're back too. Good. Receive reports from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events at Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another one appears. All seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fandaniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged perhaps, but no fool. For his pantomime theatrics, for all his pantomime theatrics, he gave away a little about his plot. All we know is he intends to recreate the final days and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He also called his dragon Luna Bahama. Let's not forget about that little detail. The creature did certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not only one and the same. They are not one and the same entity. Make it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, now, for now, we can but work closely with the Alliance to remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Ishtola? Now I've been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quick the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judge it best to provide them with a cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Ul'dah and delivered the poxies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames have been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Amalja claimed that a number of their kind had been abducted, and that men are responsible. Not as known of the perpetrators yet, but the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions. They came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not exclusively a Eotian phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they've been sighted as far afield as Yansha. Then it would be reasonable to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little now. For now, save remain vigilant. Since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority on such foes. Estinian. Estinian? Now, just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his glance, I'll be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle to even find him. Hehe. You let me and Kryl worry about that. We'll sniff him out, no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him, regardless. So if there are no objections, we should depart at once. Like a little mafia. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of poxies. I would doubtless appreciate it, but Might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You'll be fresh for the tasks ahead. Well, my friend, a moment of triumph did not last long. It was ever the way. World often needs saving. Save it we shall. I for one do not intend to allow a nihilistic madman to take us all to the grave with him. Not when the future holds such promise. Nay, I'll do all within my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. Is this the Glory Be cinematic? Why, yes. Yes, it is. Glory Be.
Scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them. Oh, thank goodness for that.
Glory be to Garlemald!
Glory be. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Da, da, da.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration. I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
Such a weirdo.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Yeah, can I have that sword though? Alright, never mind. Guess not. The one anyway. Guess. Unto the breach. Good news. Tancred and Urianger have finished their tour of Garlemald. They're on their way back here even as we speak. So we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance. I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so let's see if they what they have to say. So I'm just clearing some notifications. And I think I might also make sure that I lurk on some stream, because I would usually be watching, but I can't as I am streaming. Right. Ah, a welcoming party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. Well, I hear you're more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved. Well, if it's any consolation, I myself was a little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit goes to Alize, Graha and Samtali. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. That's a siren. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph. Just as we were taking a step forward, steps towards finally addressing the primal threat, a pile of fresh problems landed on our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back, though I can't help noticing that you're one Urianger short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you? Oh, I couldn't lose him if I tried. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, decided to linger in the Alamigan quarter. It decided to linger in Alamigo to apprise Roban and the others of how the land lies in Garlemald. Then mayhap you could do the same for us. Indeed. It's just as Lee said, worse in fact. Devastation as far as the eye can see. Never and the Third, however, were notable by their absence. Might they have met their ends at the hands of Xenos and Fandaniel? Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it's grown even busier, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working there day and night to rebuild, or rather transform it. Transform it? Into what? That is quite a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and settling to behold. Like something from a nightmare, according to Urianger, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of ether in mind. Magitech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchange between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders, as if they were possessed or tempered. We want to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk. If Fandaniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same to the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, this information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks. Well, Be sure to save some for Urianger. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Raban is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings on the towers. He requested our presence. Then why not leave that to us? You must be wary from your mission. No, I'm fine. These towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back. I'm keen to get to the bottom of this. In that case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter, as I promised Kryl. We need not all attend. Very well. It's just the rest of us make our way to Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we have to speak with Urianger before the meeting. Alright, to the Alamigan Quarter. Ilsabard is a region I should not have on my thingy yet. And yet I do. Yeah, I reckon this VOD's gonna get flagged a whole bunch just because of this mount. My friends, much and more have I heard of your travails in our absence. Heartened I am to see you hale and whole. As are we to see you safely return from your mission, Urianger. From your mission, Urianger. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, if there's an Alphino and his merry band. Arenfold, whatever are you doing here? When we spoke via link, Pearl, you told me you were away on a mission. And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. It's good to see you looking so similar. Thought you've grown a bit taller after all those, after a whole year in another world, but apparently not. Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you're well aware. I may remind you that we Ellison are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even a great Auroch such as yourself will crane your neck to meet my eye. It was not until my 20th summer that I managed to that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions, though Mumbrida towered over me nonetheless. Arvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease in each other's company. It's almost endearing. So, what exactly brings you here? Oh, Fordola mostly. Need to go over a few things before we set out. Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers? Yeah? I'll give you that impression. Anyway, done with that. Got a meeting to go to. See you afterwards, alright? Fordola is going with him. That must mean... My apologies. As Arenvald rightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let's be about it.
Begin, I would like to offer my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. There's no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrix. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroid's disposal. Since then, we have seen no sign of this Fan Daniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers. Our advance party took longer than expected to return, and when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar, and that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixo in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixo and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first. Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
What?
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We're glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on you.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing. You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
So that's a thing. Now it's certainly open. I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldvar and Vmar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Aldin gave you a chance to refuse. You didn't.
So the Empire's finished, is it? Oh, that's what they're all saying. The great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
Wee babby face.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Paglthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way. Well, we'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
Ha! I'll believe that when I see it. Though, To be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, mate.
So you're supposed to say you too, Alphina. You're supposed to say you too.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me.
I still owe you for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Van Daniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like he's 12, but he's seen more action than most people see in a lifetime. No, the fact is I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task, chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Can you hear me? It's Tataru! I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian. And I'm sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut. But he did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send a bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
Yeah, I feel a little bit insulted. Like,
Gladly. I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones.
I am also an acid Dragoon.
While you go off on your Dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the others.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend. May we all meet again ere long.
Estinian isn't the only acid Dragoon in these parts, you know. So, Estinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Nope. Ishgard. There we are. That's what we were looking for. All present? Good. Let's split up and search for Estinian. Since we're all relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around at the open spaces, the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Samtidi can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let's reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck. I think I shall begin my search of the Sky Seal Manufactory, so perhaps you could try the congregation? Monsieur may well have heard news of our friend's return. The congregation of our knights most holy, or most heavenly. Could have just eased it and just been like, we shall call it the congregation. That's the congregation of our knights most heavenly. It's not even the congregation, it's just congregation of our knights most heavenly. Good day to you, warrior of light. Lord Aymeric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo, so I gather you have not come in search of him. To what, then, do we owe the pleasure of your visit? I see. No, we were not aware that Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. But I expect you remember he is one to come and go as he pleases. Mayhap he came seeking an audience with Lord Aymeric, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid to say I cannot help you. One of your perhaps one of your companions has fared better. Another bit that's come in that's funny. It's been several months since I did this one, but it's still such a good moment.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick him out in a crowd.
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
Too long?
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Take back the hand, or you're gonna lose it.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him lessons on how to be the strong, silent type?
I am not Alphino! If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Oh, had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
Estinian Wormblood, the Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Sorry, just that look of shock on his face. Beautiful.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Would someone mind explaining what is going on?
Is everything all right? I thought I heard Alize shouting. Estinian! It's been too long.
I'd probably have explained to him like the whole, blue for Alphino, red for Alize.
No, it's quite understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown. Inside and out. I can tell.
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
At least someone's having a good time. You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Well, you can't give them all to yourself forever.
Keep him to my... You're joking, aren't you? I'd be glad if someone would take him off my hands.
No rest for the righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azis La.
Azis La? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
Aye, Tiamat, his mate. Even now she remains imprisoned on Azis La, though her remorse binds her faster than any shackle.
I see. As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
I was just like, yeah, that's fair.
I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I will admit, he is not exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
He's a good lad. Not the only answer Dragoon. I say pointing at everything. Out of a cutscene into a cutscene. It's been rather some time since I last set foot in Azisla, but I understand the three of you were here more recently. Don't suppose you chanced to meet Tiamat during our visit? Alas not. We had no cause to set foot in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her. Well then, Zemte is present to ask. As far as I know, he's the only one of us to have met Tiamat face to face. Let's just say, help me get someone was there to introduce me. Ah, yes, you were a friend of her father. I too have met with Tiamat. After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against a man in another age. I wished to know if she had harbored thoughts of vengeance. Asked as much, she said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. The guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns undimmed. It torments her, even now. I see. Then your original reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat might have been forced to summon Bahamut. Nidhogg is part of me. I feel his emotions as my own. And I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool of evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Tiamat awaits. This way. Yeah, I much prefer how dragons talk here as opposed to in Dark Souls. Like, talk to dragons in Dark Souls and like just going around hissing at people. It's like, thanks.
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Much like those held here in Asislar. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished. Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Nope, there goes my phone again.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
Policies have been shown to remain to be effective in curing tempered. Oh, Christ, sorry. Tiamat must be considered a special case. She's far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her strength only to find that the process had failed, it would be hard-pressed to contain her. Then, before going ahead, we should learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here? Why, yes, we can. We can indeed. The Algans kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look. We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can turn our thoughts to the removal of those shackles. We know Alphino and Sam today here well enough, but not you. You're certain you're ready to see this through. Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of the star. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all her stories, I too once found myself in a prison of despair. I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. Take the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first step forward towards a brighter future. now, I would help Tiamat do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, I could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sector known as the flagship. Ah, yes, we are familiar with it. The Thorochemical Research Facility in particular. Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood. Which you just so happen to be carrying around with you. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Oriange and I are researching the use of spirit vessels in the transference of not only memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. So I keep one ready should an opportunity to test our theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions. Having identified me as being of royal blood, and armed with that spirit vessel, I posit that they will do the same for you. Even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seemed worth a try at least. Agreed. Take good care of it. To the flagship then. Up we go! Ah, there they are. Let's split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempted to make any adjustments. You would not want to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, no less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective at this stage is to simply identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can, we should reconvene and compare notes prior to proceeding. The malodorous node. Bzzz. Friction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged parts or retreat to safe distance. Bzzz. Alright, what you got to say? Great. Data link with data quadrant broken. Possible cause, intruder interference. Advise deployment of automated combat units. Proceed. Warning. Scheduled Dragon restraint maintenance due in minus 2,020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. I'm afraid Destinian and I have little show for our efforts. Do you find anything? Chirping node that spontaneously warned me about neglecting the dragon restraints. Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. Dare say it is indeed the note Graha spoke of. It was chirruping, you said? Very well, let's take a closer look. Did you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanisms? Beep, boop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanisms may only be undertaken by the chief technologist and members of the royal family. Or with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps? New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Authentication detected. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. I shall use my name. Welcome, Sam Teddy Tragus. You may now operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Beep boop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen. Tiamat. System update is required. A system update? Do you suppose it's asking us of us? I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Found a blooming thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to the central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link to said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So this can this thing So can this thing release the restraints or not? It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell. Until which time it'll float there spewing nonsense. User dissatisfaction detected. Initiating application protocols. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process. How gratifying. I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Righteous indignation. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please. Right. What I'm going to do is I'll fly myself over there. And then I think I broke the seal earlier. So I am going to need to be right back as soon as we get to where we need to be, which should be down here. Nope. Is it maybe over this side and under? It is not. Oh dear. Oh, the side door there, I didn't even see it. What a silly sausage. Right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to stand us around about here. Just going to disappear for a sec. And by a sec I mean for a little bit, because I need to go to the toilet. So I shall be back shortly. Well, on the upside, whilst I've been AFK, my phone hasn't decided to close Twitch again, which is good. Whilst I was tabbed out, I just need to check up on some things. That is a really strange thing that I've been tagged in. Alright, let's continue. I'm going to need to double check that if my... yes I did, okay. You see, Ruth, you're saying ooh glowing things, and my phone is still showing the AFK screen. Let's see, according to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? Why, software version 42.002, of course. Beep, boop. Warning, errors detected in data management system. Estimated required for updates, 5 years, 1 day. That is rather longer than we were hoping. Isn't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraint instead? The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate. Well, I can't imagine it has changed all that much. As long as we paid due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we should be able to muddle our way through. Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we've made any progress. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pull once I am ready to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have another use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Grahad here once this is over. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Elgin Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. It was the same of Ishgard when they stoked the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows. All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. There have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. So I must ask, what do you intend to do with Fandaniel? You try to reach out to him too? I'll try to. If that fails, I'll remember him. It's a little point in reasoning with that wretch, or remembering him for that matter. But perhaps that's the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. Only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence. You think us unwise for viewing the world thus? Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when we journeyed together with the Ice Heart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited. There may come a time when you extend the hand of friendship only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. Wolfino has things in hand here. I suggest we rejoin the others. Which way are we going again? That way. Tight time. Justinian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of a stone with him. Taken from Alphinaud's absence that he's needed elsewhere. Well, that all sounds rather frustrating, but you got here in the end. While you were off talking to Nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leads strongly towards the umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of ether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will be inevitably required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely. Meaning I'll need to get as much ether as I can. Thank you in advance. Although this endeavour will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference? Now they mention it, it very well might. Would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time to put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphinaud to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampeners. Counting on you, Angelo. Such warmth. The frost that shroudeth mine soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten, of war with the men of Alag? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now? Could be the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening ancient memories? Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Semte, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell her if time has passed. Tell me of Bahamut and the Axians. Ah, Bahamut, my beloved. But that the peace we found in Mericidia could have lasted for an eternity. But alas, it was not to be. The essence saw to that. In all creation I know none more wicked. It was at their behest that the men of Alag first came unto Mericidia, unto our home. The tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in search of a place to make our eyrie. Near the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. We had become known as Mericidia by the children of men. Though many years were were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forests, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I had found a place to raise our young. Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Sharlayan scholar Rurusha. She posits that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear, if only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself. Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in those places over which we held dominion. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them be. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing ever more of their brethren, who divided the land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity. As their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem. And soon they began to covet the territory of their fellows. Ere long, man fought with man, blood was answered with blood, and none could see the end of the strife until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over affairs of men, the land knew peace once more. Alas, these golden days of harmony too were fated to end. For the men of Alag slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envenomed words of the Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tale doesn't end there. When you are free, we'll rid this world of Ascians together. You and your beloved will have justice. Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. If the treatment fails, run. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear when this is over. Keep going, Alice. The magic is working. I knew this wasn't going to be easy. No patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. We're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of ether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work. And I believe when I speak for both of us when I say you may take as much as you require. Careful, I might hold you to that. Alright, here I go.
This is it, Angelo!
certain until the shackles are removed. Many have been subjected to the Allegan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Alphino's ready. It's time. Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as it should.
By the gods!
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way. It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest Amalja settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Yes, Ruth? Dragon.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
I did not want to click on that, man. I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. It would be wiser to gather the strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Alright. Just need to double check something really quick. Okay. 5 quests to go. I've already sent word to the others. We're to rendezvous in Uldar, in the Halls of Flame. Let's collect Alphino and be on our way. It's amazing to think that the dragons aren't actually native to the source. They came from off-world. They're aliens. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say that Telofferoy have other plans. Pagolth is already under siege. Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defensive effort, with Marshal Terrapin at the head. Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultanate would respond. It is good to hear that Uldar has not abandoned the Amalja. Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends? Your Grace, Marshal Terrapin has made provisions for such an exigency and was ready to depart at the moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the Syndicate, each of whom voted in favour of intervention. Nor is Uldar alone in its resolve. The other Alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Pagolth. Yet even in our combined strength, we shall be sorely tested. For we face not only the might of an Imperial Legion, but Luna Bahamut and his draconic horde besides. The immense children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite their proximity to Luna Bahamut, none of the Amalja are showing signs of tempering. Strange. What primal would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Ascian or otherwise. It may be that Luna Bahamut differs in some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that were true, anyone could fight him. Sam, Teddy and the others like him wouldn't have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Luna Bahamut remains an incalculably powerful foe, whom our soldiers will struggle to best through mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe that they will fare rather better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray, set forth as soon as you are able. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. It's kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities. Well, I for one am inclined to do as Her Grace requests. Lest we forget, Arenvald and Fordola are in Paclefan on reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances. Indeed. To the airship then. Yeah, including this quest, we've got 5 quests to go. Alright. Around this way, around that way. Right, airship landing, that's where I need to go. Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Pagolthan at once. form a party. You know what, with the twins and awful lots of,
Not yet sealed.
I'll bring Orion, Jane and Stola. Let's get rid of that notification. I can't line that up right.
Away with you! And swap back to single tanks. Oh. We're slapping the crap out of this debris. Rip those two. Alright, so we've got two more rooms before we get to the boss area.
ba, 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 ba. It's unfortunate that we arrived just as so many of them are literally just dying. Like that kobold there were those two Malja back there. I saw that just sitting.
Away with you!
I probably shouldn't have sat in it. Yeah, considering it was literally called Plague's Plague's Swipe. Grabs a gigantic cannon.
Prepare yourself.
Oh god, right, okay. Spin over this way, drop that off there.
This is going to leave a mark.
And then basically the next time it does the big circle one, which it is now, we need to place it on something, preferably between those.
I shall protect thee. I shall protect thee.
I shall protect thee, I shall protect thee. Bum, 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 bum.
Keep your guard up.
That was one I probably shouldn't have tried to go for. We'll be fine as long as I can avoid any more attacks. Should be all good.
This is going to leave a mark.
It's quite hard, but it's not something impossible to deal with, which is good. I think they've upped the drop rate of the materia from these chests.
What took you so long? The Amalds are in trouble. Let's split up.
So something tells me that the app's broken again. That on my phone is somehow on its way out, which makes no sense.
All that I have and more I bring to bear.
But then neither does it breaking several times on Twitch. Okay, now I'm going to lose eyes on the chat for a few seconds again. I'm pretty sure that's the issue. I'm pretty sure the app's crashing. I'll check if I missed anything. I did not, which is good. Might as well finish off that combo. There's one chest. It's always good to remember to loot these chests when you spawn, because sometimes the dungeon gear looks pretty cool. I'm just going to focus fire this one because solid. It really does want me to go healer. Got a healer ring and necklace in the last dungeon.
No, you don't.
Got a healer ring so far this time. Pretty sure it's a hidden, well, not so much hidden. There it is, right in that corner. Thankfully, I knew the chest was over here. Didn't need to go stand next to it so I wouldn't forget it. I was literally just talking about where this chest was. Ooh. But at least it's not healing again. I mean, it's not really very useful to me, but at least it's not healing again. It makes me happy just how telegraphed some things are.
This is going to leave a mark.
Keep your guard up.
To leave a mark.
Limit break. I don't remember if it's until we do a certain percentage of health.
I should protect.
Okay, I think it's a certain percentage of health. Yeah, we're going to say I don't know if it's a certain percentage of health or if it was after a certain time. But I'm guessing they don't want you to like one phase it. Other side. How many quests now? 5. 5 at the moment. Oh. Come on, Andre, you can do this. Complete opposite side of the arena. a sword. They would be useful. Unfortunately, they actually look pretty cool as well. Yeah, unfortunately, my stuff is like 530, which is remarkably higher than the 505 available.
This is going to leave a mark.
Oh god. Okay, my mouse is moving normally again. I have no idea what causes that. My mouse just decides it's time. Oh, so they're just going to teleport over. It's a bit lame. Should probably pay a little bit more attention. Otherwise I'll take a lot more silly blows like that one. There's one of the last chests of the dungeon. In fact, the second to last chest of the dungeon. And yet again we arrive as folks die. Oh god. Thank you. Give me a little dragon like this one, just gonna be like, yeah, I can take a great worm by myself. No, whilst we're in combat, so that here. Quite literally a twisted representation of Bahamut. Oh dear. Doesn't hit as much as Nidhogg's Archimon. At least it doesn't feel like it hits as much. Over here should be safe. I'm thinking like dead center, but then I noticed there was another circle like in the middle, so that were clearly not the best place to stand. So this should be the safe spot.
My time has not yet come.
Keep your guard up.
I'm on the break now, so that ouch.
I shall protect you.
Nothing worse than like wiping on the boss fight with this low HP. There we go, sorted. Nice. Can't notice that they only had Alization. Oh no, Alfina was somehow covered by her from the camera. That is actually pretty cool. I like that. I've seen far too many items that are like of scouting that I actually like. That's good. Everyone's just going about nodding at each other.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well. Long have our peoples waged war, but no more.
No more.
Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
We'll be proud to call you allies.
The enemy of our enemy is our friend. And you have proven yourselves worthy of our will see that my brethren learn the truth of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
I think that might be Raban's voice actor.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
Kobolds, Malja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside Pagelthan Tower,
What in Ralga's name happened here?
The gods only know. But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
Get back!
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them. We're leaving, now!
No! Don't you dare! We came together and we're leaving together!
don't stick your arms out. You're supposed to use your shield. That's where you've got it. Well, it would seem too much to hope that we have seen the last of Fandaniel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause to celebrate. And celebrate I will, when we have received word of Arnvald's safe return. Oh, Alfino, if only you knew. If only you knew what I knew. Standing around here worrying is not going to help matters. Come, we may discuss the day's events with Pippin and her grace. We're of silence. Would that I could treat you to a hero's welcome, but I bear urgent news from Frontistery. Your grace, whatever is the matter? As our troops withdrew from Pagelthan, they came upon 2 scouts sent to a nearby tower. I've yet to hear the full account, but it seems that one of them, your friend I believe, has been wounded and was dragged away from by the other. No. I must go. Forgive me, your grace. Can you tell us aught of Arnvald's condition, your grace? The wounded scout. Not save that is grave. The chirurgeons tend to him even as we speak. The infirmary must be inundated with the wounded. If all of us go, we'll only get underfoot. Samtidi, Estinian, would you mind going after Alphino? You may need some support from someone other than me. Very well. Thank you. The rest of us will see that relevant people know what took place in Pageltown. Come on then. Bum, bum, bum. Right, where do I want to go? That was definitely a person. Oh yeah, I can, I didn't get anything, never mind. I can't, I guess. Alright, right. Luckily enough, right next to the Alchemist Guild. Oh, they're death rolling. Another come to visit the lad in silver armour? Master Demi-Elliot? Is attending him as we speak. If you will be so kind as to wait. What did Master What did that dude say? Tell me his exact words. Chirurgeons do their work. Alright, forgive me. When we said our farewells to Arenvold, I was afraid that something like this might happen, but now that it has, all we can do is wait.
Fordola, have you been waiting here all this time?
Oh, I got my phone again.
We have done what we can. The rest is up to him.
May we see him?
I do not think that wise. You must let him sleep.
Thank you for bringing him back. He owes you his life. I just wish I had been there. Perhaps, I don't know, perhaps I could have...
Could have what? Got tempered?
Don't flatter yourself. You can't save everyone. No one can. Not even the warrior of bloody light. People people die all the time, for no good reason. And those who take up the sword die quicker than most. If you're going to shed a tear every time a soldier falls on the battlefield, you'd best stay away. It's no place for the weak of heart.
It may be that victory cannot be won without cost. But all life is precious, and I refuse to shrug at its loss.
All life is precious! To grow up, little man. Before your sparkling ideals get everyone killed.
You're right. He is idealistic. The world has more than its fair share of realists, like you and me. It's people like him who dare to dream that things could be better and make it happen against all the odds. They are the ones whose names live on forever. The heroes.
The battlefield's littered with would-be heroes. At this rate, you'll lot will be next. And what'll become of your precious dreams then? They'll be gone. Like dust on the wind.
Dreams worth fighting for don't die so easily.
I know. There's nothing more we can do here. Come, let's rejoin the others. Her Grace invites the Scions of the Seventh Dawn to join her in the Fragrant Chamber. Your comrades have already arrived. Will the three of you be joining them? Who will? Doesn't say anything, just walks off. The most frequent gesture in the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV. The nod. We don't even get a chair.
Your Grace, pray forgive us our lateness.
Think not of that. I understand a close comrade of yours was wounded in the line of duty. Arenvald. It was at the Alliance's behest that he risked all, and we are grieved to hear of his condition. Rest assured, he will receive the finest care our chirurgeons can provide. On that you have my word. Now, we will share with you the findings of the mission. Pippin, pray relate to our guests the details of Fordoli's account.
Basically just runs through what we just witnessed.
First Bahamut, now Ifrit, or Lunar Ifrit, as Fandango would doubtless have it.
'Tis now all but certain that the towers were conceived to facilitate the summoning of primals by those imprisoned within. Less certain is the means by which the Telophoroi constrain the wills of said entities to enact their designs in defiance of the pleas of their victims.
Mayhap they do not. If mere proximity to the towers is enough to make loyal servants of the Empire's mortal enemies, it stands to reason But the same is true for those held captive. They invoke their gods for the good of Garlemald, and in their disturbed state of mind, summon a primal whose form reflects their own alteration.
It all begins to make sense. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the towers bear a striking resemblance to a much larger structure which Urianger and I observed from afar during our visit to the Imperial capital. Assuming it too is capable of tempering those in its immediate vicinity, it would go some way to explain the swiftness with which the Telophoroi managed to rally so many Imperials to their cause.
While the situation in Garlemald is indeed troubling, I fear we have more immediate concerns. Ifrit was not the only primal summoned. At approximately the same time, observers at several other towers bore witness to the emergence of further such entities. For a blessing, none appear to wield aught approaching the destructive power of Bahamut, and the Grand Companies are moving to deal with the threat even as we speak.
You'd only tell me where they are, Ignace.
Though we are aware that the task will not be easy, we would call upon the Scions only as a last resort. Pray, conserve your strength for now. After all, it was not so very long ago that you rid us of Bahamut. On which note, I am pleased to report that our talks with the Amalja have reached an agreeable conclusion. They have pledged their full support to our cause.
That's good.
It is our hope that this historic agreement will encourage other tribes to join us at the negotiating table. And I know that I speak for all of the Allied leaders when I say that we will welcome them with open arms at such time as they do. Of course, this was only made possible by the feats of heroism performed at Pagelfarm. Moreover, we shall not allow the sacrifices of those fallen in battle to have been made in vain. As hope leads to victory, shall victory lead to a new dawn for Eorzea.
May these words ever be our guide, Your Grace.
Now, if you will forgive me, I must consult with the Syndicate on the matter of our new allies' integration. Till next we meet, my friends, I bid you safe travels and blessed respite.
Right then, unless anyone has any objections, I think it's about time we return to the Rising Stones. Includes you, Alfino. Our vault is in good hands here. Of course. You would doubtless mock me for pacing about the infirmary. Let's retire then. We might regain our strength and readiness for the coming challenges. If all are in agreement then, I shall let Kryle know to expect us. A hot bath and a hearty meal shouldn't be beyond arranging with the time available. It'd be good to be home. I have some thinking to do. Yes, I'll try asking him. And thank you. I shall look forward to it. Our comrades eagerly await our return, and Kryle in particular has a few matters she's keen to discuss. one of which concerns you, Estinian. Believe it or not. You will join us, won't you? Fine. Really? I thought you said you were avoiding that Baldesian woman. If I refused, she would only pursue me. Let's get this over with, shall we? Alright, to the Rising Stones. Ooh, gloom. I always get confused when I warp in here. Like, every time I'm like, which way am I actually going? I'll figure out I'm supposed to be going that way. Pardon me.
Welcome back. I expect you must all be exhausted. Ere you take your rest, however, I would beg a moment of your time. Thanks to Arenvold's selfless efforts, we may now be confident that we understand the function of the towers. But many questions remain regarding the reason for the summonings and what lurks behind the looming edifice in Garlemald. Until such questions are answered, we will struggle to devise an effective strategy for thwarting the Telophori's stated aim. Nothing less than the destruction of this star. And so, given the gravity of the situation, I move that we petition the aid of Charlian.
It is possible the ancient knowledge preserved within our archives may hide a clue to our enemy's methods. But given Charlian's established policy of non-intervention, our former colleagues are not like to aid us in its discovery.
Oh, I well remember what they're like. The Forum's barefaced refusal to assist you in the days prior to the calamity must rank as Charlian's most shameful act since the Exodus. But were the final days to be reenacted, it would spell doom for us all. Surely even they cannot turn a blind eye to that. I trust we are all of the same mind on this matter.
I presume your role as a student of Baldesian will carry some weight with the Forum?
Didn't mean to click then. Whoops.
One can but hope. If truth be told, our organization has been a shadow of its former self ever since the disappearance of the Isle of Val. But the name does still retain some degree of prestige. I only pray it will be enough. If there are no objections, I shall depart for Charlian at once. But before I do, I should also mention the other matter to which I would devote some time during my stay. After hearing what transpired in the first, I began to question the true nature of Hydaelyn's blessing, a topic I have discussed at some length with Y'shtola.
We were wondering, when was the last time Hydaelyn spoke to you directly?
Just after Heavenward, I think. Oh wait, no, we did. We did hear it in the Crystarium.
When Elidibus sought to make warriors of light, that was the voice which calls constantly to all who might hear it. I spoke of direct communication, when Hydaelyn communed solely with you. A far rarer occurrence.
History shows us that Hydaelyn is able to awaken the echo in her chosen, convey her will directly, and grant the blessing of light. To our knowledge, however, she has not sought to intervene in man's affairs for some considerable time.
Might not the explanation for that lie with her choice of champion? Mayhap she is content to trust in his judgment.
Mayhap she is. But following my initial discussion with Krile, I made inquiries of my own. And as far as I'm able to tell, Hydaelyn has not made her will known to anyone.
During my time in the First, the Oracle of Light spoke to me through me. But that was not the will of Hydaelyn. It was Minfilia herself.
Indeed. And while she and Hydaelyn were inextricably linked, Minfilia yet acted of her own volition. A messenger, yes, but one who spoke with her own voice.
I wonder, could Hydaelyn's silence suggest the presence of some disruptive force, perhaps? Some obstacle to communication? While I share Urianger's high opinion of your conduct, I see no reason why she would deny you her guidance altogether. Then again, who am I to say? The fact is, we simply don't know. But if the explanation is to be found anywhere, I can think of worse places to look than the archives of Sharlayan, and their research on the Ethereal Sea in particular. Resolved though I am to go, believe me when I say that I take no pleasure in the thought of leaving you a member short. Now of all times. Estinian, we stand on the eve of a struggle that will decide the fate of this star. One in which we Scions may play a telling part, yet we are but few in number. And so I must ask you again, will you join us?
My puppy dog eyes.
You see the world the way you want it to be. I see the world the way it is. Idealistic to a fault. But I knew you would never turn your back on those in need. Never close your eyes to their suffering. And somehow, your deeds lend truth to your words, giving the lie to my doubts in so doing. I have seen others draw strength from your belief. In Ishgard, in Alamigo, you inspired them to stand up and fight. To win, no less. And even when you lost those you held dear, you carried their spirit with you, and made their memory your guiding light. The burden of so many hopes and dreams would be too heavy for most to bear. But you bear it willingly, as you have shown me. Some dreams are too important to let go. If you have need of my strength, it's yours. After all you've done, how could I refuse?
Thank you, Estinian. Whatever challenges await us, I shall not falter. You have my word.
And now, I may bid you farewell. Safe in the knowledge that all is as it should be. In this little corner of the world, at least.
You will be sorely missed. Tread warily in Sharlayan, and do try not to let the Forum embroil you in their politics. Forlorn hope, I know, given the individuals involved.
I shall do my very best. Farewell.
Goodbye, little potato. May fair winds favour you. Farewell. Potato. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace. Gone through trying out a bunch of different weapons, it seems. I like the look of... Never mind. That one that was at the front. The, what looked like a gladiator weapon.
Does this one meet with your approval? Apparently not. Or could it be that you're still upset about the dragons?
This one right here. I do like that one back there as well, but mostly just this one here.
You are unwise to invite me in so costly a failure. It will not affect our plans, I trust.
Oh, hardly at all.
I've got that one.
Though, admittedly, the chances of us being able to procure any more Mericidian dragons are rather slimmer following Tiamat's reappearance. Oh, but the seeds have been sown, my lord. We have only to wait for them to quicken. Speaking of preparations, is it safe to assume that you will be ready to control you-know-what?
The hour draws nigh. This nation, forged for Ascian ends, will finally prove its worth.
A mighty empire, now no more than an instrument of this star's destruction. What a pleasure it will be to put it to use. Which brings me back to our earlier topic. My lord, while I appreciate that it is not an easy decision, it really is past time you chose your weapon.
There is one that I have been meaning to test.
Well, well, not quite what I was expecting, though I will say, it does seem rather apt.
And from there, people are like, ooh, what's this new class gonna be? Well, it looks like I'm going to have a busy few moons. Not that they ever seem to be anything but. Angrid's got me dispatching troops to every corner of the realm, which is not to say I don't trust the Alliance, because I do, but when it comes to putting down primals, no one does it better than us. Well, than you lot more accurately. Don't catch me trading blows with a primal in the near future, but for every fell fiend you vanquish, there's countless meals to arrange, baths to fill, sheets to wash, stores to replenish, and the list goes on. Which is where I come in. And gladly, mind you. It's the least I can do to support the scions who risk life and limb for our revolt. I wish there was something more we could do for him. We'll just have to settle for saying the old prayer and keep a roof over our heads. Wouldn't do to have him come back to a complete shambles now, would it? But that's enough of my rambling. Off you go, get some rest. If there are any developments, I promise you'll be the first to know. And now we're at the final three. Ah, Sanctity, you're looking well. Think you managed to squeeze in some rest? I literally just finished talking with Tara, what do you mean? If you came hoping for tidings from Cryle, I'm afraid we're still waiting. But we do have some odd scraps of news to share. Scraps, she says. Lunar primals have been popping up all over the place, but the Alliance has a situation well in hand thanks to no small part to Horribildo and the others. Meanwhile, talks with the Beast Tribes are getting even better than expected. Encouraged by Uldan's progress with the Amalja, Gridania has opened negotiations with the Ixal, believe it or not. All of which, obviously, very encouraging, but the Telophroi is still out there, and it's not as if we can afford to lower our guard. Begging your pardon, you are coming here bearing an invitation from the Alliance. Council meet is to be held in Algamigo. Your attendance is humbly requested. Ah, we were just talking about the Alliance. May I ask what's on the agenda? I believe the intention is to share news of recent developments and discuss what measures might be taken to combat the Telophroi. In concert with our new allies, the Beast Tribes have also been invited. It's hope that you will join us in our fight against a common foe. So the Alliance would bring all the Beast Tribes into the fold in a single stroke. An ambitious plan, given the delicacy of negotiations, but mayhap an expedient one, considering the threat we face. Indeed, my lady, and for their part I am told the Beast Tribes have agreed to attend. If the Scions too are present, all of Eorzea will be represented. To arrange such a meeting must have been quite an undertaking, not only diplomatically but practically. Pray inform the Alliance that we will be honoured to participate. We shall make for Alamigo without delay. Now obey your answer thither with all haste. Look forward to receiving you at the Royal Palace. Pour myself another drink. But no, I just have water, which is sad. But, you know, it works. What about Cola? But they decided that they were going to not like leave it somewhere out of sight. I was like, yeah, you're not in. Well, no one answered the door anyways, because it was like 5:10 in the morning. Like, who's even awake at that time in the morning? I mean, I'm going to need to be tomorrow, but you know. There I am rambling. Well, now that we've accepted the invitation, who exactly is going to attend? I move that you and Stola lead our contingent, given how well you have worked to end summoning. It's only right that you were present for what promises to be a historic moment. I think we've all played our part in that endeavour, don't you? All present may rightly claim a seat, I do agree, but by your leave I believe I shall remain here, lend what assistance I can to the coordination of our defensive efforts. I'm not coming either. Emmerich will be there, and I'd rather not be interrogated. Very well then. While those with a like mind to hold the fort get on with holding it, I suggest the rest of us make for Alamigo, shall we? Do I have to go too? Yerbania, Alamigo Quara, perfect. Like, legitimately, this is my favourite bird. It's got really nice blue on it. We've been expecting you. While some few guests have yet to arrive, the Alliance ladies are all present. Shall I show you in? Hi, Captain. I'm not a captain. Alright. Pardon me. Oh, we've got a whole bunch from here. Nice.
Esteemed guests, you honour us with your presence. As there is much to discuss, let us begin.
Information on our taken brethren you have, yes? Hear it we would! Beyond forgiveness these featherless ones are! With rivers of blood shall they pay. Freed our people must be!
We too would see your kin liberated. But ere we attempt their rescue, we must first find a means to negate the risk of tempering. Without that, we will be unable even to approach the towers, let alone contend with their defenders.
If all else fails, I've always found cannonballs quite effective.
And what of the prisoners? Would you see them slaughtered?
Think for a moment. Ponder, consider, think. If Merwith truly intended to bombard the towers, she would have done so by now. Remember, we came here to find a solution together, did we not?
Y'Stola spoke of defenders. I but offered a means to clear a path, should you require it.
Given the enemy's capabilities, we will all need to play our part if we are to have any chance of success. For if any here should give less than their best, it will be to the cost of every living being on this star.
A paragon, the Empire, our very gods. How can we hope to prevail against such odds?
That our foe is formidable, none would deny. But our strengths are many and varied. In this chamber, I see masters of strategy, masters of magic, masters of the land, the air, and the sea. And together, there is nothing in creation we cannot overcome. I beg your pardon?
That's it. Oh, that face is beautiful.
What is it, Sword? Do not express your passion thus. A little tricky will outdo us, perhaps. Suffice it to say, I am proud to be counted amongst Eorzea's finest. We Sahagin will play our part.
We kobolds have not forgotten the crimes the Overdwellers committed against us in the past. But today we look to the future as allies united in purpose.
Make mock of the Ixal the Paragon does! Turns kin into puppets! Pits brother against brother! Free them from his grasp, we shall!
I wish I could roll my R's like that.
As Patriarch Zadar will attest, the Scions have granted us a means to free your brethren from their thraldom. This boon we will gladly share,
that your people might never be enslaved again.
We accept! We accept!
Praise me!
It's taken a while, but I do believe we might be one step closer to a world without primals. Would that Nymphilia were here to see it.
We still have a long way to go, and we're going to need a lot more pork seeds. But we're moving in the right direction.
If I may have your attention, there is one other point I would like to raise. As we can all agree, freeing those held captive must take precedence over every other concern. But experience has taught us that none save those with the capacity to resist tempering can hope to enter the towers unscathed. And even once inside, a still greater threat may yet await them, that which we call a primal. Needless to say, if we are to succeed, engaging with such foes can only ever be considered a last resort. And so I move that we seek to prevent them from being summoned in the first place.
Yes! Both prayer and ether are needed for the ritual. Should either one be denied, the summoning would fail.
Indeed. And so we must endeavor to discover the source of the ether on which the process depends. Do so, and it may present a way to halt the summonings, or perhaps even neutralize the towers entirely.
A promising proposal. While you are conducting your investigations, however, we will need to remain vigilant, lest the Telophoroi commit further abductions and summon primals ere we have the means to prevent them. To stand a better chance of keeping our enemy at bay, we would do well to coordinate our defensive efforts, sending reinforcements to assist our neighbors when needed.
We Amalja would have been overwhelmed were it not for our newfound allies. But say the word, and we shall come.
I see we are all in accord. But what are we to call this proud fellowship of ours? I submit that the honor of naming it should go to the scion whose brave efforts have done so much to unite Eorzea. What say you, my friend?
What say I? Oh, call it the Grand Company of Eorzea. Side eyes laughing.
But that's the name I give.
A fine choice, for there is none here who does not love Eorzea.
Aye, in that we shall ever be united.
United in our gratitude for the realm that gave us life.
Then let it be recorded that on this day, the Grand Company of Eorzea was born.
Oh.
How long have we dreamed of this moment? And now that it's here, Oh, forgive me. Might we speak outside?
Well, now we are out of earshot of the other delegates. Hope you will forgive me if I speak my mind. Let me begin by saying that I have dreamed of this day ever since the moment I first set foot upon these shores, and that I was as heartened by anyone to see the peoples people of Eosia pledged their solidarity. Yet, even as they uttered their declarations, all I could think about was a conflict to come, the sacrifices that would be made and the lives lost. Inevitabilities that I would still struggle to accept. But at least now there is hope. The formation of the Grand Company of Eosia is the first step, the first of many. Many and more. Elder Seatsia, how might we be of service? I seek Master Alphinaud's assistance in a matter involving Gridania's neighbours, the Sylphs. I know that you and yours have long kept a weather eye upon the crystal trade. The better to predict the coming of primals, and so you'll be familiar with the Sylphs of the Ash Crown Consortium. Through their dealings, they've cultivated a relationship not only with the city-states, but other communities besides. Communities such as the Beast Tribes. Just so, it is our hope that we may make use of the self-established lines of communication. Sorry, I felt needed to stretch. To coordinate the efforts of our new fellowship. But there remain certain practical differences between Trade Consortium and the Grand Company. The Sylphs are to perform their task effectively. They require counsel of one versed in the operational aspects of an armed force. An armed force founded in the self-same goal in mind, no less. Crystal Braves, yes. Forgive me, Master Alphinaud, I know that was a painful chapter in your life, but the experiences may yet be made to serve the realm. In my hubris, I plotted a course for the Crystal Braves which stretched far beyond the Order's initial conception, one intended to pave the way for the founding of what I intended to call the Grand Company of Eosia. But my plans all came to naught. Built upon a frail foundation of lofty ideals, the Order was doomed from the first to collapse under the weight of more worldly interests. I have no wish to see a new endeavour suffer the same fate. Have I asked too much of you? Not at all. You may count upon my assistance for what little it's worth. By your leave, I shall prepare a report including a list of recommendations drawing on the lessons I learned from the failures of the Crystal Braves. You have my gratitude, Master Alphinaud, and my trust. When the report is ready, pray share it directly with the Sylphs. With your guidance and the earnest efforts of every goodly soul gathered here today, I have no doubt that our fellowship shall emerge from the shadow of Telophoroi and flourish. Until next we meet, my friend. Before committing anything to writing, there are a number of people whose thoughts I would like to hear. Former Braves, you understand. Will you join me in seeking them out? I can't think of an excuse not to. Nah. As if you have to ask. Thank you. And someone who witnessed the Order's rise and fall, yours will be a reassuring presence. I'll join you. If you're planning to canvass the opinions of your former comrades, it'll be a lot quicker if we share the task of questioning them. Then mayhap Graha can lend a hand as well. I shall accompany Thancred back to the Rising Stones. Between us, I dare say we could provide an accurate enough account of the day's events. I should be glad of your company, Graha. I shall explain the details on the way. So, What's the plan, brother mine? Before discussing the task at hand, I should probably admit that the report I proposed is largely written. Not long after that fateful day in Uldar, I penned a detailed account of the organization's history, from the events that led to its inception to the failings that brought about its demise. This I did primarily as a means of taking some semblance of responsibility. Never did I imagine that it might later be referred to by those seeking to form a similar organization. And while I made every attempt to be objective, the account was mine alone, its events viewed from my singular perspective. For it to be of use, however, it must be broadened to encompass the viewpoints of all involved. Only then can it answer what seems to me to be the crucial question, namely, why after the Crystal Braves disbanded, did some members choose to remain with us, while others did not? I see. You think the answer will tell us something about the nature of the ties that bind our new grand companies together? However, this knowledge might help us prevent it from falling apart when those bonds are inevitably tested. That's my hope, yes. But the questions I would ask are uncomfortable to some. As the former commander of the Crystal Braves, I doubt that those who abandoned the cause would welcome my inquiries. Then Graha and I will just have to try. Meanwhile, you two can talk to the ones who kept the faith. Fine suggestion. Have care, however. Certain of my former comrades are of questionable character. So keep your wits about you, and let us reconvene in Gridania later on. If you have no objection, I've mind speaking with Riel and Aliane. If memory serves, the two will be attending an intelligence briefing in Castrum Oriens. Seek them out there. Bam, 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 bam. Well, look who it is. And what brings you two here? Won't have anything to do with a big meeting, would it? In a manner of speaking, I was assigned a task, you see, for which I require the assistance of former members of the Crystal Braves. So you want to know why we decided to stick with the Scions, eh? An easy thing to put into words, that. It's real will attest. One sec. Sorry about that. As real will attest, I spent a long time agonizing over my failure to alert you to the traitors in our midst. For my negligence, I was captured along with many others. We were powerless to prevent the tragedies that ensued. The day goes by that I do not think back to those fateful events. By joining the Scions, I hope to redeem myself. I will continue to serve the cause for as long as I am able. But that wasn't my only reason. When we were finally reunited with the Rising Stones, you refused to blame anyone but yourself for the fall of the Crystal Braves. In spite of everything that happened, everything you had suffered, you took us back without a moment's hesitation. We would not have blamed you had you turned us away. But when you gave us your trust instead, what else could we do but to repay you? I'll try to repay you. Nothing, that's what. As for my own tale, well, I always felt the Scions have something in common with my old crew. You are strong to protect the weak. It's our creed, and I still strive to live by that live by it to this day. But as time has gone on, I learned that strength comes in many shapes and sizes, from Hori Boulder to Mistress Tataru, We've all got something to offer. And not one of us is doing it for personal gain. Because we believe that there's more important things than that, things worth protecting. Which is what being a Scion's all about. I'm lost for words. Thank you, my friends. To hear this from you means more than you know. Forgive me, someday, could you? Why do you think it ended in failure? Well, it's founding ideals were something to be proud of, but ideals alone don't make a crew. Every Swalbo signed with good intentions, or another, were only in it for the coin, the glory, or both. Ours was quite a disparate band, and I'll never forgive Ilbert. The fact that we managed to function at all was a large part to his efforts. It's a pity we're doing it for the wrong reasons, eh? Only takes one bad apple, they say. The Braves had a barrel full of them. Not like the Scions. Might look like a ragtag band of misfits, but deep down, we've all got a shared sense of purpose. And why? Because the Taru sifted out all the glory hunters before they made it through the door. See, so while our ranks comprise a diverse range of people, each with their own individual strengths, we are all united in purpose. Thank you, my friends. With your permission, I shall make a record of our discussion. Refer to it when drafting my recommendations. Till we meet again. Right, I was doing my best to hold off, but I'm going to need to dash to the toilet again, I apologise. Sorry about that. Right, we're down to his last two quests for tonight. think we have taken up enough of our colleagues' time, and I'm conscious that less life-affirming testimonies await. Let's make our way to Gridania, hear what the others have learned. All the way back to New Gridania. Alright, where is everyone? Lancers Guild. Alright. Thanks to Tataro's ever-dependable intelligence, we managed to track down a handful of the former braves without any great difficulty. Some were forthright, others less so, but we heard enough to form a picture. I must warn you, Alphino, some of the comments were harsh. I can well imagine, but their opinions are no less vital to my report. I seek unvarnished truth. Thank you. I'll set about adding your findings to my own at once. In the meantime, pray go ahead to Little Solace and seek out Elder Frixio. I'll join you anon. Alright. Hawthorne Hut is the right area. It's just to the east. Little Solace. Potentially northeast. East by northeast. They look like they're not going to have a good time. And unfortunately, that's kind of what happens when you aggro everything. Ah, welcome, Brave One and friends of Brave One. How good it is to see you walking ones again so soon after the meeting. Should this one perform the customary dance of greeting? No, be at ease. It is true that these ones once delighted in making walking ones dance, but no more. Horned one Kan-e Senna said the walking ones would be coming to Little Solace. Imperial ones also invaded Sylphlands and abducted many of these ones. So this one will be glad to bear messages between fighting friendly ones. That is heartening to hear, Elder. It will require all ones to work in unison to stop the Telophoroi. These ones will try very hard, of course, but in matters of war these ones have little experience. Any advice walking ones can provide would be most welcome. Oh? Another pretty silver-haired one? In a great hurry, it seems. Alice, you must come quickly. Whatever's the matter, Alphino? Don't tell me you couldn't read my handwriting. What? No, a twin-adder officer just accosted me whilst I was about to set out. Shallion had sent an envoy, who is due to arrive in Gridania at any moment. An envoy? Could it be that Kral has managed to sway the Forum? We shall know soon enough. There is more. The envoy has requested that the two of us attend the audience with the Elder Seats here. Really? I can't see why they might want Scions to be present, but us specific. I can see why they might want Scions present, but us two specifically? Wait, isn't who I think it is? It is. I could scarce believe it myself, but when I inquired as to the envoy's identity, I was told it was one Fortunal Levier. Your father? Well now, the fact that a serving member of the Forum had journeyed this far would be a surprise enough, but him? Quite. I glean from this that they are taking the matter seriously. That may be, but why him and not one of the other 98 Forum members? Unless he volunteered for it. It's been some time since you last saw your father, has it not? Could it be his concern for your well-being? Perhaps, but he's always been reluctant to discuss his work with us. Indeed, and whenever we write to our parents, it is invariably our mother who replies. Nevertheless, I welcome the opportunity to meet with him after so long. Even this is secondary to his true purpose here. Elder Frixio, loath as I am to cut our visit short, we must return to Gridania. Pray accept my apologies, along with my report. Never mind, there will be time to talk later. These ones won't keep walking ones from more urgent matters. Go! An audience will be held at the Lotus Stand where the Elder Seatseer awaits even now. Let's be on our way. Right, we need to stop targeting people, target the Aetheryte, and head directly to the Conjurer's Guild. Welcome, Warrior of Light. The Elder Seatseer and your friends are waiting within. My friends, thank you all for coming so swiftly. Would have Master Fortunal's visit took us quite by surprise. When the Alliance granted Mistress Kral permission to request Shalion's aid, we did not anticipate so prompt a reply, much less that it would be delivered by a member of the Forum. What the nature of that reply may be, we shall soon discover.
Elder Seatseer, I thank you for granting me this audience. I am Fortuno Leveilleur, here in my capacity as representative of the Forum.
It is I who should thank you, Master Fortuno, for journeying so far and so swiftly. Would that our first meeting could have been under happier circumstances.
It has been too long, Father. You look well.
As do you both. Ameliance will be glad to hear that you are taking care of yourselves.
How is Mother?
She misses you terribly, of course, but is otherwise a picture of health. Circumstances apart, I'm grateful that our meeting has afforded me the chance to be reunited with my children at long last. And I believe I also owe you thanks for the hospitality you showed my father, Louisois, during his sojourn in Eorzea.
All thanks we owe to him. In the days prior to the 7th Umbral Calamity, it was your father's tireless efforts which granted us a means to vanquish the Primals. Were it not for him, our strength would have been quite spent by the time the Empire arrived. That Gridania still stands is in large part his achievement. He was a great man.
doubtless have been moved to hear you say so. I must confess, however, that I opposed his decision to intervene. And my position remains unchanged.
To chart the course of history, not to change it. I am familiar with the Sharlayan stance.
It is more than that. It is our way of life, who we are. But I came here not to deliver a lecture, but the Forum's answer to your request. Sharlayan will under no circumstances intervene in the conflict between Eorzea and the Garlean Empire.
May I ask for what reason the Forum has come to this decision? The final days spell the end not only for Eorzea, but the entire world.
The final days? Pray spare me your hyperbole. This conflict is no more than the latest in a series of petty squabbles between yourselves and Garlemald, one in which Sharlayan will take no part. If the final days were truly upon us, we would know.
Father, you must ask the Forum to reconsider. You may feel safe on your little island across the waves, but if you imagine that Telophoroi will leave you be, you are mistaken. They mean to kill us all, themselves included.
Alphino is right. We have seen what the enemy is capable of, the lengths to which they'll go. This is no time to turn a blind eye. If Eorzea falls, so too will Sharlayan. So if you truly love our homeland, you will join us. Now, before it's too late.
I thought you knew better than to raise your voice to your elders. It seems I was wrong. Wrong to ever let you leave, Sharlayan. I consoled myself that your time abroad would instill in you some hint of restraint, of discipline. But I see now that Eorzea has made fools of you both. Have you forgotten why it was that I so vehemently opposed your grandfather's departure? For all his wisdom, his only solution was to go to war. Death, devastation, ruin. Even those who claim victory are scarred for life. What prize could ever justify such sacrifice? It is the duty of the learned to avert such tragedy. By fanning the flames of war, you forsake all you once held dear.
Yeah. Took another plate of whatever all that was.
I see your friend shares your misguided ideals. But unlike him, you should know better. By espousing such barbaric notions, you subvert the teachings of Sharlayan and place all we have worked for in jeopardy. Alphino, Alisaie, as of this moment, you shall no longer bear the name of Leveilleur.
What?
Father.
How you choose to live your lives is no longer my concern. If you wish to walk the path of ruin, I will not stand in your way.
Master Fourcheneau, while Sharlayan may have no intention of intervening in this conflict, we can still part as friends. Will you not stay and speak with us, that we might learn of Sharlayan's hopes for the morrow?
I have said what I came here to say. Any further discussion would be meaningless.
Father! Wait!
Don't bother, Alisaie!
How can you stand there and watch him walk away? How can you let this happen?
That's what I came here to say. We're all fools for having the temerity to defend ourselves against the Telophoroi. Let's let rest. Like it or not, this was the Forum's decision to watch from afar while Eorzea burns. Valor was but the messenger, and as he handed down their judgment, I could think of nothing to say that could possibly sway him. I still can't. So a prolonged discussion would have changed little. It is not only Master Fortunal that must be persuaded, but the Forum as a whole. The decision was made ere your father crossed the sea. How is it like to be changed? And so, we shall face the Telophoroi without their aid. Forgive me, but they had no intention of helping us. Why would they go through all the trouble of sending an envoy in the first place? Let's simply keep their counsel as they want to do. Has Master Fortunal arrived yet? Then it's as I feared. My efforts were in vain. I pleaded our case to as many Forum members as I could. They flatly refused to discuss the matter. No, that's not exactly true. I should rather say that they ignored every word I said on the subject. Without exception, I was almost unnerving. Could it be that they are hiding something from us? It might go some way to explain Master Fortunal's performance. He said that they would know if the final days were truly upon us. I dismissed it as pride, but what if they genuinely believe that they know how the world will end? Simply disagree with us about the circumstances. That I don't know, but something tells me they are not as unconcerned about the Telophoroi's acclaim. If the threat weren't real, why else would they be so standoffish and secretive? I'd very much like to delve deeper into this, but I'm afraid I've exhausted every avenue of inquiry. Nor have I fared any better with my other mission, researching Hydaelyn and the Ethereal Sea. I tried enlisting the help of experts in the field, but it seems the Forum has forbidden anyone from cooperating with us. I'm struck to their every turn. So it would seem, but don't lose heart just yet. With all knowledge and acquaintances we have between us, we can still find a way forward. To that end, I would like you all to join me here. When the time is right, of course. I'm aware that matters in Eorzea stand on a knife edge, but with your permission, I can at least start making the necessary arrangements. Pardon me. Well, there are one or two things to take care of here first. After which, assisting me will seem like sweet relief, I'm sure. While you attend to matters heroical, I shall see about securing entry for you all. I will know when everything is in order. I will let you know when everything is in order. Take care in the meantime, won't you? Your speculations give me cause to hope. Yet, if these seeds will bear fruit, I cannot say. While it is possible the Sharlayans hide some secret truth from us, there can be no certainty that its exposure will prompt them to change a change of heart. And so, for the present, we must needs confront the plight in which we find ourselves. The Forum has refused our request for aid. It falls to us alone to contend with the Telophoroi. If with all of Eorzea standing united, there's no guarantee that we will prevail. What does Shalyan intend to do if we fall? Or if we fail? I don't know what those are, but I want them. The final quest. While Sharlayan's stance is indeed disappointing, we cannot allow ourselves to be distracted from the challenge before us. There is much and more to be done. I shall begin by sharing the forum's response to my counterparts in the Alliance. Meanwhile, I would ask that the Scions... Grave tidings, walking ones! Grave tidings! Calm yourself, my gentle friend. What's occurred? These ones who went to see feathered ones send terrible news. Destroying ones have appeared in Zelvatol. Destroying ones have captured ones, even frightful, godly ones. Feathered ones didn't stand a chance and were sent flapping and squawking. When did this happen? Is it too late to help them? Too late, yes, much too late. But luckily, destroying ones were only passing through and continuing on west. Feathered ones who did not fight were left unharmed. West, that would be Kurthus. My lady, the Ashgardians report that the Talofra have emerged from the eastern highlands of Kurthus and are marching at speed. Though their purposes yet to be determined, the Cartano Flats would seem like the most likely destination. Lord Aymeric has already dispatched his forces and requests our immediate support. Tell him he shall have it. The time is come for the Grand Company of Eorzea to prove its worth. Well, mayhap it is a mercy that we do not have time to stew on our misfortunes. Come, my friends, let's make haste to Katno. But wait, this one I almost forgot. Destroying one was said to be led by a cackling robed one. So I must see it. All walking ones know. Farewell. Fandaniel? Who else? It was only a matter of time before that grinning maniac showed himself again. I shall have an airship ready to bear you to Cartano. Pray see to your preparations and report to the landing with all haste. At once, my lady. It's away. Bam bam ba da ba 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 da ba ba. Where is it? There it is. We should be able to go airship landing. Ba-ba! And of course it's outside. Alright. It seems Fordola here has come all the way to Gridania to find us. I've explained the situation, but she insists her business is urgent. Aye, and it'll be over sooner if you shut up and come with me.
I can't tell you how good it is to see you.
It arrived a lot sooner than expected, eh? The day I craned my neck up at you.
Only because you're sitting down. Unless...
Afraid so. The Kyrians say I may never walk again.
Alfino, it could be worse. Besides, I didn't come here to dampen the mood. Quite the opposite. All I've ever wanted was to fight for a cause I believe in. But my fighting days are over. So I want you to fight in my stead. Be the hero I can't. I am no hero. That's what they all say, though. No one ever calls themselves a hero. Even the ones who eat primals for breakfast. It's for others to decide. Look, Alfino. You already are a hero. To me and countless others. We see you doing your damnedest to protect us all. And you're not alone, are you? There are people who believe in you, just as you believe in them.
Kyra's dreams are many, and carry yours too.
I know what's at stake, and how many people are depending on you. I believe in you. Believe that you'll see it through. That's why I'm entrusting my dreams to you. Like Arbor and Owlin was entrusted their dreams to me. There was a time when I would have borne the weight of such expectations without a second thought. But now, I know just how heavy that burden can be. To tell the truth, I'm beginning to wonder if I chose the right path. Sacrifices will inevitably be made for the sake of the ideals I uphold. Maybe I am not the person I thought I was. The person you think I am. I wouldn't presume to tell you. But I will say this. In spite of everything, you've come this far. The road ahead might not always be clear, but you've never been one to give up or take the easy way out. And everything you do for others. For a brighter future. I'm proud to call you my friend. Well, I've said my piece, so I'll let you go. I know you've got more important things to be doing. Just give what I've said some thought, alright? I shall, my friend. And we will meet again soon, I promise. Nothing left for me to do but wave and smile.
You've got a pretty narrow view of what it means to be a hero, do you know that? You think they're all forged in the fires of battle? That it's all about being brave and killing villains? Alfino and the others will carry on their fight. But theirs isn't the only one. There are other ways you can make a difference. If you stop feeling sorry for yourself and put your bloody mind to it.
There's not much chance of me living the quiet life with you around, is there?
If you're content to twiddle your thumbs thinking of what might have been, that's your lookout. Then I reckon you've got some fight left in you.
And I reckon you might be right.
there's a way I can still help my friends, I'll bloody well find it.
Alright, Shira. We're on his last quest. You tell me later what that was all about, but judging by the set of Alphina's jaw, it appears to have done him some good. Thancred and the others have left the Rising Stones, and according to the communications officer, Amalja and Kobold forces are also bound for Catano as we speak. I mean to keep the promise they made to in Alamigo. We must do the same, by saving as many of their tempered kin as possible. Anyway, the airship is ready to depart. We should get going. Yeah, I know there's several cutscenes gonna play in sequence. Prepared for this. I was ready.
My fellow Scions, as I am sure you will have heard, we can expect no help from Charlie, nor are we any closer to discerning the Telophoroi's grand design. And now, our adversary moves against us in unprecedented numbers, compelling us to answer in kind. The outlook, in short, is bleak. Yet though our foes are many, and we but few, we may still tip the balance in Eorzea's favor.
Of course. We will do what we always do. Deal with the ones our allies can't. A less than daunting prospect, judging by your expression. Could it be that you've dispelled your lingering doubts, Alphina?
Oh, I doubt I ever will. But as my friends have kindly reminded me, I have come this far, and that must count for something.
God be good, Alphina. That's what we've been trying to tell you all along.
For one so bright, you can be remarkably dim at times.
There is such a thing as overthinking, you know.
Yeah, don't we all know it?
Might I suggest that we continue this conversation after the battle? It would appear that Telophoroi have already arrived.
I'll do what I can to cure the tempered, but they'll have to be incapacitated first.
Have care, my friends, for none can say wherefore our foe did choose this fateful field to be our battleground. Whatever may transpire, pray grant him not the pleasure of deterring you.
I don't remember what it was I was doing, but I remember seeing, not seeing, I remember hearing Answers playing recently and I don't know why. Right. This well, friends, the Telophoroi is sweeping across Catano. As for the Ascian, he was briefly sighted above the battlefield but has since vanished. He likely intends to watch events unfold from afar. Thus far, movements of the lunar primals have been difficult to predict. Even when poised to ambush our troops, they instead withdraw for some unknown reason. Whatever the Telophoroi's plan may be, I'm at least doing this. They will not elude the silence for long. But the primals are our primary target. Ah, so much text. Yeah, but a bunch of people, some buffs. I'm guessing it just forces you to move on after you take out a certain number. Deal with that one. See when we're going this way. Let me go. West. So yeah, we're going this way. As the signs spread out across the field, Alizé and Graha take the fight to the Telophoroi. Let's see if I can remember how to red mage.
Allow me.
Right here, give you a bit of a heal.
Just the beginning.
Right behind you.
Oh dear. Oh, it's fine. Seems we found a moment's respite. Let's take this opportunity to cure the tempered. See that? The glyph, yes. How worried should we be? Listen well and judge for yourself. Though I can see ethereal currents, I had not thoroughly examined those that flow through the heart of Curtino. Now that I am here, things have become clear. The flats conceal an etheric confluence, like the pillars in the Azim steppe, but in a greater scale, far greater. The glyphs that Fandaniel has conjured reach into its very midst. I believe I know their purpose. Should the lunar primals destroy them, it could spark a chain reaction that could potentially obliterate the confluence entirely. The resultant disruption of the flow of ether would sow chaos among the elements, prompting earthquakes, floods, and tempests large enough to lay waste to the entire realm. That he would go so far cometh as little surprise. We must needs protect the confluence at all costs. Lunar Odin. Jesus. Okay, so I cast out at the wrong time.
I shall protect thee.
Right, thank red, you get. Okay, that's. Okay.
May the 12 guide you.
Good. So very important that I don't start to panic heal. Oh, well that didn't work.
away with you!
It's fine, I just need to keep an eye on that, and I can go like, bah!
The best defense is a good defense!
Start to panic kill, you burn through your available MP, and you will more than likely lose. There's one down. Silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids. Meanwhile, Grahatia and Alice prefer to lock swords with Luno Ravana. Right, what have we got? Okay. Should have opened with thunder, but
You now.
so I guess that is a point where you need. Yeah, well, if it's very easy, why not? It's nice that they let you have checkpoints. That's probably where I would need to see where Alice was and go for a different one. Yeah, we don't need to watch this cutscene, just watched it. Oh. I guess that works. So we attack from this side. Like that, get those healing back up again. Heal up a bit again. So it's like, I know you're in the next fight, but we want you to play Justinian. Like, can't believe you've done this. Or Alphino. At the self-same moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with Alphino and Justinian, resolved to lay Luna Ifrit low. Oh no, I'm playing myself. That's good. This is basically just a, do you know how to do the primal fights? Now with added mechanics. The unfortunate thing is, I'm so used to just going into this fight as like a level 8 just slapping everything to do with it. But I'm pretty sure I did like one hit on one of the nails and just walked straight on. But yeah, that's enough. Yeah, just nabbing it. Charge to the middle. I suppose it can't do the runs where it's all in the middle, because otherwise you'd have a chance to just instantly fail through no fault of your own. Christ. if that works. Cheers, Estinian. That looks great. I wish I could do that.
I will not be outdone.
And get a sword. Which means we're done. It just came up that my stuff in no longer level synced.
And thus another plan went up in smoke. I am beginning to see why Lord Xenos thinks so highly of me. Not that this changes anything, you understand. You have merely earned yourself a stay of execution.
Hey, I think I know him. I know that one too. Yeah, that's the one. How to get down there first? The guy that just teleported away, yeah, he's a bad guy. Nah, he did.
How fare the tempered?
We've treated as many as we can, but some were beyond help.
Do not hang your head so, brave scions. Though not all of our captured brethren could be saved, we are grateful for those whose minds have been restored. You could do no more, and that is enough. So please hold your heads high.
Should have been quicker, but I'll do better next time. Thank you for your kind words. They mean a lot.
Yeah, I thought the same the first time as well.
A victory at great cost, but a victory nonetheless. We must stay strong and press on. Isn't that right?
Yeah. time. We'll get there.
That we will.
Yeah. Jeez. It looks like a sponge. They made the moon look like a sponge. Like one of those really rough sponges. Like a loofah. But a sponge. It's a bit like a circle of cheese. And that, assuming that I've judged it right this time. Yep, that is the official end of Shadowbringers. Yeah, a bit like a crumpet. Yeah, this a burnt crumpet was an enjoyable expansion, besides a part which was like heartbreaking, devastating. So next time we do Final Fantasy Endwalker. And I'm probably going to need to split this VOD because this is a very long VOD. So 8 hours so far, I think. Yeah, 8 hours 7 minutes. I have to think of what's this song? Living in You. No. No, I won't. I refuse. You know what's great? You know what's great? Where's my Final Fantasy 14 now? I can change that. Right, basically what would happen is I hand in current quest, I can then go to pick up the next quest which will lead on to the next expansion. Well, lead into the next expansion. Which I believe would be taking me to Limsa. But for now, it's over and done with. yeah, this was a glorious journey, and I look forward to Endwalker. And better yet, when we're done with the Endwalker stuff, we can drop back and do all the other like previous raids, excluding Bahamut, because that's a no-go. Yeah, whilst the Bahamut raids are kind of essential to the story. Oh, actually, before I can move on to Endwalker, I'm going to need to hit level 80 on the Scholar and Caster DPS. I'm going to need to sort the Caster, Healer and Tank role quests, and then I'm going to be able to move on. That'll be easy. I can just sort those one after the other. Yeah, initially I wanted to get this outfit sorted for this fight and going as a paladin, but like as time drew on I just couldn't be bothered farming the armour up. Because either I would have to queue it constantly as a DPS and hope that the tank doesn't need the armour, or roll it constantly as tank, and I did not enjoy rolling it as tank. What we're doing tomorrow, it's Friday I believe, so Fatal Frame. That was an emotional scene. Brought Ardbert's crystal of light back to Seto. In fact, most of the scenes that have come up have been emotional ones. Yeah, we'll welcome Greta here as one of the Scions. That is, of course, if I don't need to. Well, the fatal frame is, if, of course, if I don't need to pick up this parcel from DPD. With which I shall double check. We should give like an estimate of time, like what time they deliver between. I don't know yet, Ruth. Fish and chips, this late. It's not even open. Past 11. This late, all I get is chicken burgers, kebabs, or really bad pizzas. I'm probably going to opt for none of them. You want chips? You order chips. I however don't want chips. So I'm going to make something for myself later. Whatever it is that I had down. Hi Kami, I'm probably going to make food. But I'm not getting food just yet. We've got the rest of the credits to go through, then we've got to hand in the final quest, and then that's it. Tomato pasta? Pasta? I don't know, I've not decided yet. other side when I go down. I don't need pasta. You need pasta, Ruth. Ruth, have you been drinking? You seem very excitable. Too much sugar, that's what that is. Yeah, too much sugar. No such thing as too tired. Except for yesterday when I was too tired, but you know. Look at all that sugar you've had. So much sugar you've not been sleeping. That's what it is. You're right, I haven't. And that's because I can't suffer the emotional damage of having a hamster anymore. And I don't think I ever want to work with kids. If at all possible, I can avoid kids. Yeah, probably. Probably Ruth. More than likely. Plus, given how much sound my microphone likes to pick up, probably not a good idea to have a hamster anyway. Sit over there nibbling away at the cage. Tommy, I'm gonna need you to get something to drink and something to eat. Please and thank you. Yeah, Ruth, what I'm saying is, if I did get another hamster, with the amount of sound that this microphone picks up, I would never be able to stream again. So I'd just be like, hi guys, you just have in the background. It's like, oh my Christ. It's like someone woke up a demon and let it free in my bedroom to chew on bars. Kami, I want to know. I'm shaking my head at you right now. You specifically. I don't even know which direction I need to face, but I'm shaking my head at you anyway. Drink milk. It's got plenty of essential vitamin R. No. I don't have to prove nothing. I can just shake my head at you. I'm going to even fold my arms as well. Fold my arms and shake my head at you. I really hope these credits finish within the next 32 minutes. Because the post that I did for this stream was that I'd be done with Shadowbringers. The day ends, and the day's ended in like 32 minutes. I don't know, Cammy, what are you eating? I feel like that doggo might need moving across a little bit. Only a little bit. Unlock those. Right, doggo. Yeah. And then what we can do is we can lock that, and they can live there. Flicking his tail at the side of the screen. Making sure that corner's dusted perfectly. Well, at least that patch is dusted perfectly. Who would have thought 3 patches would have been 8.5 hours. Yeah, that weird orange thing where you could like press the top together and you could like store things in it, yeah. Well, it's either up in the loft or you got rid of it. Blinblub. Blinblub? I mean, I'm not eating right now, Carly. I'm going to eat eventually. But not right now. I'm going to finish the stream first. After we finish the stream, I can consider what potential food is happening. No, I don't fancy rice. Don't fancy meatballs. Definitely don't fancy crackers. Don't like beans. I had sausage yesterday. Nah, ravioli's right. It's a bit too ravioli, you know. Oh, I might do egg. Might not do egg, but I might do egg. Egg with noodle? No. Ruth, that sounds absolutely disgusting. That is potentially one of the worst things you have ever suggested that I eat. One of the worst. What round noodles you crack open for milk? What? 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 I'm so confused right now. I said maybe egg. Not definite on the egg. Maybe egg. If I didn't vocalise that, I've at the very least mentally said maybe egg. I definitely said that I definitely didn't say that I can't wait to eat egg. I said I might have egg. I'm like, oh, maybe. But I definitely didn't say that I can't wait to eat egg. You're fibbing, you are. Look at that cheeky grin. Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, I don't fancy Swiss roll. But it's not Swiss. But it made in England. just English roll doesn't really have the nice nice ring to it that Swiss roll does. Ah, I don't fancy chicken soup. Don't fancy noodles. I don't fancy chicken either. No, too much effort to make pancakes. Especially for 11 PM. I'll decide on it when I get downstairs. Maybe. Maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, exactly. It's way too late to make pancakes. It is far too late to make pancakes, Ruth. Far too late. It's the sort of time where you'd start making pancakes, someone would walk in and just go, "Are you making pancakes?" And you'd be like, "Yeah." And I'm like, "You're really weird." And you're like, "Oh. Okay." And you'd just be stuck eating pancakes alone. Yeah, why'd it take longer, Ruth? Because you're trying to be quiet and not wake people up. I can't do cereal, don't know whose cereal is, like whose cereal's whose. However, I do see Havoc and Miles and Bink Video, even Nvidia Gameworks, which means it's almost done. Nah, because people have got the cereals. Oh no, we're not done yet. Thought we were done as guest creators. They got upset a bunch of people. I saw a picture that was just like, remember if your CPU is overheating you should run under cold water for 5 minutes. It's cold water cooling is what the pros do. It's funny. I'm gonna put that in here too. People are really not gonna like that. I miss when we used to make milkshakes. But at the same time, I can't, well, not only finding, but sorting out that blender so we can actually use it. That's going to need a bunch of cleaning. And of course I was getting ice cream. There we go. Let's talk to good old Emmerich. I trust you all enjoyed a comfortable flight aboard the Pride of the Ishgardian fleet. Lest you worry, the Bonanza has been towed to a nearby location to be retrieved at your convenience. You have thought of everything, Lord Emmerich. May I say how much I appreciated the hospitality you afforded us on the way home? Think nothing of it. Our destination lay in the same direction. It afforded me the perfect opportunity to learn how my errant friend has been since last he took his leave. Seem you finally found a place to settle down. I merely grow weary of wandering the Far East. Returning to more serious matters, while the Telophoroi have been driven from Cartano, it is like the bulk of the forces yet remain. The evidence of the Grand Company of Eorzea's first joint military operation, however, I am confident that we may that we have the potential to meet such threats head-on, even without the aid of you and yours. As such, while our forces keep the Telophoroi at bay, I would ask that you apply your talents to the task of neutralizing the towers. A sensible division of labour. While the towers remain, so too will the threat of lunar primals. Given our expertise in the field of etherology, we are better qualified to find a solution. That we are, especially should it happen to lie beyond the Alliance's dominion. There's a time and a place for formalized investigations, of course, but certain secrets want to hide only enterprising individuals. We're only enterprising individuals. Adventure. Could not agree more. There are none better suited to this task, nor any upon whom I would rather rely. On behalf of the Alliance, I thank you. I look forward to receiving any information you are able to uncover. And with that, I must take my leave. Should you have need of my assistance, pray do not hesitate to ask. Farewell, my friends. I confess I had hoped to study the towers more closely, vital as they plainly are to the Telophorus' plans. If we can discern their ultimate function, we will be one step closer to understanding our enemy's grand scheme. Once we succeed in neutralizing them, of course, it is all but certain that the Telophoroi will mount an all-out invasion. And then it will begin. The one who awaits at the heart of chaos will come for us, for you. Yet, in the end, our true nemesis may be the calamity to end all calamities, the final days themselves. Yes, alright, Alphino. We need a plan, not portents. As Thancred so eloquently pointed out, we are in a position to seek information from all manner of places, not least, Shalien. According to Kryl, the Forum have been more secretive than ever of late. Well, this may be related to the appearance of the Telothroi. That remains a matter of speculation. But one thing is clear. The Forum is determined to keep us from discovering the truth. Master Forchenol's performance at the Lotus Stand was enough to convince me of that. The matter beareth further investigation. I do heartily concur. Nor can I think of a more promising place to look for the answers we seek on matters of the towers. Sharlayan hath ever been the wellspring of ethereological knowledge. I care not where we go, here or there, my lance will be ready. And what of you? Might you be persuaded to join us? Oh, tough choices, tough choices. Which one do I pick? Which one do I pick? Okay. Plot a course for Sharlayan. Go with shorter one. Here. It's time we laid bare the Telothroi dark designs. It appears we're in agreement. We have but to wait for Kryl to secure this, the necessary permissions. In the meantime, there is a matter I would investigate. Does it involve tall structures? By strange coincidence, it does. At present, I have only a creeping suspicion, but with your help, I will soon find out whether my fears are warranted. And then he pans away into the darkness. And look at that. We've got another cutscene. I don't think we're going to finish this before the day's out. Meanwhile, in the Gallian capital...
Those Aorsians certainly are a stubborn bunch, though I suppose you knew that already. My plan to redirect the ether from Cartano came to a rather less than satisfactory conclusion. It was, in many respects, an abject failure. Which does, of course, raise the question of where we are going to procure the requisite amount. The obvious solution would be to draw on resources a little closer to home, though that would require our dreamer to dream a trifle more deeply.
So be it. The dreamer will not complain.
Then let us begin the preparations at once. With the gateway of the gods complete, all that remains is to gather the necessary ether, and our prize shall be within reach.
Got to say, I don't remember any of this.
The time has come to fulfill your heart's desire, my desire! To relieve those wretched creatures of their meaningless existence!
Pardon me.
While I await you, I shall drink a sea of souls and gorge myself upon the darkened moon. Then you shall come to me, all roiling rage and rancor.
And the stars shall bear witness to our final contest.
The clip was it. Looks like I should have started it an hour earlier.
As I thought, the ethereal currents have been disturbed here too.
It's really ominous seeing that countdown.
Same in Thanala. Make that every location we surveyed.
And the strength of each current has diminished dramatically, far more than could be attributed to a natural occurrence.
What tidings bringest thou from Dravania?
We took a number of readings, and noticed that the closer we were to the tower, the lower the etheric density became. In short,
The towers are drawing upon the land's ether, which would explain how they were able to carry out the summonings.
Our allies must be informed of this. We should return to the Rising Stones and have Tataru relay our findings to them.
Hear me. Hear me. Darkness comes, and with it, the end. The fate of the star is in your hands.
Ominous. But I'll take it.
Everything all right back there?
So I just love the contrasting voices. You got one person that's like, hear me. The other one's just like, everything all right back there. But solemn dawn, grim purpose shines. It gazes toward moonlit skies. Thus does our final something. It went so quickly, I lost it. What I do is I click the clip button. Make sure that is muted. Okay, so at solemn dawn, grim purpose shines. It gazes cast toward a moonlit sky. Thus does our final curtain rise. Your steps to guide, what end betides. And yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna end now, so this countdown can stop. So that we're definitely done within the hour. And I shall catch you all tomorrow with Fatal Frame. Bye now. Hope you have a good evening. Or I suppose night at this point. Bye. Bye. It's alright. Bye.